If everybody can help get the likes up so we could get the live back to where it was. There was some type of glitch. So let's get the likes up to 5K really quickly. Welcome back, Lovely and Shell. Mika, if everyone can help get the likes up. If you were up on the panel, send your request up. I'm going to be getting the live back started. There was just a glitch inside the system. So let's get it to 10K really quick so we could go back to where we were, where we left off. Send your request up if you're coming to the panel and share the live out. All right, so we're at 2.5K. I appreciate everybody. Let's get it to 20K really quickly. If you were already on the panel, just send your request up. If you're new, send your request up. Navi, yeah, I had to restart. I didn't know you were here in the other one. I didn't see you. Why you didn't come up and stand on business, Navi? All right, if you're already on the panel, send your request up. Share the live out to 20 people. I'm gonna start letting people back up on the panel, and we'll resume where we left off. If you're new here to the live, you can still send your request up. Yeah. The topic: do BOK men enjoy seeing BOK women suffer? What's your thoughts on that? Throughout this live, we've heard numerous BOK men say yes, they love seeing BOK women suffer. Especially if it's an ex that broke up with them and left them. Oh, they just enjoy it. Especially if it's a woman that rejected them. Oh, they just love it. They love seeing BOK women suffer. And you guys heard it from their mouths. So you can't say, oh, you're talking bad about BOK men. This is what multiple BLK men came up here and said themselves. Does successful BLK women provoke anger in BLK men? Love to hear your thoughts concerning that. Let's make sure we share the live out as we come up.
Yeah, it was good.
Ayo, you're the only one that said anything. You didn't share the live out. So let's have everyone share
I
the live
don't follow
out.
anyone, so like, what's the point?
All
Like,
right. I'm just gonna drop you. I don't have time for that. Um, once you come up, just share the live out, or just be ready to share the live out as soon as you come up. Appreciate it. I'm gonna start letting people up, but I'm gonna wait till you guys share the live out to get it started.
I did as soon as I came in the room.
Okay. If everybody else can share the live out to 20 people. Um, Potato, if you can share the live out to 20 people, you'll be next. I feel like we need to answer the prompt again and then go to open panel so we could set a foundation of the live. So let's get started with Wife Mom. If you can answer both questions, and then Sade, if you can share the live out and answer both questions, and then Potato.
Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? Yes, not necessarily uh, because it's something they want. It's really a projection because they don't see success or happiness or joy, community, fellowship. They see none of that in their own lives. And so they project that on to black women. But all they need to do is look inward and do the work, and they could be just as successful, happy, joyful, and at peace as black women are. Does successful black women provoke anger
Get your
in black?
money up, yo.
Stupid. Does successful black women provoke anger in black men? You just seen it in 4K. Yes, it does. For the same reasons I said that they enjoy to see women suffer. And I land.
Groundbreaking. Sade?
Uh, yeah. So, do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? Absolutely, as we saw before. So many black men stated how they so many black men stated how they love to see black women suffer because they wasn't chose. So that's yeah, that answers that. And does successful say black women provoke a anger in black men? Um, yes, only to the men that use money to try to control women.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you guys that we got it to 5K. We want to get it to 10K really quickly. I had to restart the live. It was getting good. We're going to get it back good. I want people to be able to stand on business. I don't drop people. I don't block people unless you're just continually being disrespectful to me. Other than that, I won't. I want you to be able to stand on business on what your real thoughts are. So, with that being said, Potato, if you could read out the prompt and answer it. Potato, are you there? You can unmute your mic. All right, so we're going to skip Potato. I'll give you a moment to get it together. Um,
I'm here.
Go ahead.
No, I don't. Man, I think it's stupid. It's a lie, bro. Like, black men don't like seeing that stuff happen to black women. Like, what makes you say that, man?
Read out the prompt and answer it, please.
Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? No. Like, both have been through a whole lot, man. We don't like seeing each other, man. We don't like seeing that shit. I don't know what y'all get out there. That's retarded as fuck, man. Shit is so
Cannot say
stupid.
that, and you're cursing at everything. Like, what's wrong with you? All right, I just said no profanity, TikTok friendly language. Can I get like 3 people to put green hearts in the chat? Also, let's get the likes up, you guys. Send some daily heart me's. Even if you send it in the last live, please go ahead and send it in this live so we can push the live to the FYP. Again, if you send out daily heart me once on the last live, please send it again in this one because this is a whole nother live. Um, potato chips, you can come back up, but you need to make sure that you're using TikTok friendly language. Career coach, did you request up on purpose? Because I usually see you in the comments. I don't want to bring you up just so you drop. Okay. Welcome up, Be Okay, Betty. If you can read out the prompt and answer it.
Yes, absolutely. They enjoy seeing BLK women talk. But what's the main thing that they say to BLK women on this app? Choose better. But the second that we have examples of BLK women choosing better, they belittle them and they belittle the people that support them. If a BLK woman is getting her education, they want to tell a BLK woman how she's the most in debt, or that they don't care about her career education. If she's buying houses, they want to bring up the eviction rate, right? If she got remarried again, they want to call the man that she remarried a simp. They don't care. Like they just like if you remember when what's his name Big Sean, he said, "You say you want me to win, but hope I lose." That is BLK men. Arlen.
Wow. Groundbreaking message from Be Okay, Betty. Let's go to Sarah.
Do BLK men enjoy seeing Black women suffer? I think that they do. They will tell. The thing about it is they only see the suffering in themselves. They'll tell the world we're suffering. The man has done this to us. The man has done this to us. We can't do this. We can't do that. And in the same breath, will do exactly what they're complaining about to the women in their own community, and will fight you over it if you speak up about it. Because anytime you see a woman or a BLK woman having one of these panels telling them what their experiences are, what they're going through with the men in our community, they'll really have a rebuttal for it. They'll shut them down. They'll tell us that we're lying. So I don't see how they can't see the reflection of what's going on, of what they're doing. Due to the patriarchy, they can't see that they're doing it to us. And does successful Black women provoke anger in Black men? It does, and sadly, I don't think that they see us as equals or humans, because they wouldn't want this to happen to their daughters. But they never speak on it to change it for their daughters as well. I grew up, my father raised me, and my father would never want me to not succeed, to not get my own, to not have my own money, my house, my everything that's for me. That's what he taught me to do. So it's strange how I was taught by a man to have these things, and yet another man will look at it as, you think you all that, or you do, you know. I don't understand it. It's conflicting. They all just need counseling. No relationships, just fix yourself. That's how I feel. I land.
Wow. Another groundbreaking message. Get it done. If you could read out the prompt and answer it.
Yeah, so it says, do Black men enjoy seeing Black women suffer? Does successful Black women provokes anger in Black men? Do I respond to both of them, or?
Go ahead.
Okay, so to be honest, no. We don't even really think about it anymore. Because at this point, I think a lot of men has checked out due to feminism. We've kind of explored options in different areas, and we kind of gave up. Now, when it comes to successful black women, what is the thing is what is successful? Is it a career job? Is it a 9 to 5? What does that look like? And a lot of men are, we don't really care how much a woman makes. And, it's irrelevant to us, but I don't think no one wants to see anybody just suffer. So I think, that term and alone is kind of, you know, it's just, but no, to answer the question, no, I don't think so. Cause I think black men are just fed up where we just kind of gave up in general because obviously, again, feminism has crept up and they made it where women are equal to men, where there's nothing wrong with that. And women and men play by different set of rules. And you have a lot of panels like just this one and others.
Okay, don't say nothing disrespectful for my panel. I had to
No,
block
no,
a
no.
few people yesterday.
No,
I
the
mean, not
panel.
yesterday. Hold on. Before you get blocked, let me let you know now. If you say anything disrespectful to me or my platform, you probably will get blocked. So
No.
when you're giving your prompt, I'm not gonna. I mean, your answer. I'm not gonna police what you say, but don't be disrespectful to me.
Oh no, no, I wasn't going to say that. I'm saying it's
Don't even use
panels.
my prompt, my panel, for example, for nothing.
No, I'm speaking in general where it says that the word is getting out that obviously when men have certain standards, we're being looked at as either misogynistic, we're being insecure, we're being targeted and being demonized by our own women. So just me, I'm 35. I've been in the dating scene for a while now, so I kind of gave up and said, you know what, screw this, and just explore my options elsewhere. But when it comes to like suffering and black women suffering, no, because my mama, she had to suffer. She had to, take care of bills. And I didn't like to see that because she was literally stressed out. And I don't think women should have to go through that, to be honest. I don't think women should have to work all of their lives to be by themselves and to be literally like, it just, I don't like to see that. I don't like to see our black women suffering, but our black women, they don't listen to us. They don't listen. So, and this is the results that we have. And when, modern feminism has crept in and say, hey, women, y'all can do what y'all want to do. And, and like I said, I even said this yesterday, um, we have women that have way more today than what we did back in back in my mom's time. They had less, but they were more happier, families were more together, etc. But it seemed like today when we have more, it just seemed like, oh, things are still not working out. I'm like, women literally have everything they have and it's still not, it would never be enough for women. One thing I know, it would never be enough for women. I say, you know what, I'm out of here, but I'll yield. I know I was kind of ranting a little bit, but no,
All
all
right.
respect.
All right, let's make sure everyone is standing on business. You guys know on my live, I do not drop anybody unless they continue to be disrespectful to me. And even then, I might drop you and bring you back. But if y'all want someone dropped, send a Money Pow Pow to drop them. Also, let's support the live goal, which is the Money Pow Pow, whether you're dropping or just supporting. Cash App for questions. Cash App $5 if you want to ask a question on the panel. Cash App $5 with your question if you're in the comment section and you want your question to be answered by a panelist. Okay. Once we get it to 20K, we're going to go to open panels. So let's continue to get the likes up. Drew, Get It, Seth, Sarai, Chef, share the live out to 20 people and we'll go ahead and get you in. Be okay, Betty. What's your thoughts on what he just said, blaming feminism and black men checked out already?
Yeah, the lies he tells to keep himself not feeling so lonely at night is hilarious. Feminism don't care about the men that done checked out. We don't want y'all anyway because y'all don't want to treat women like human beings. You want to treat women like properties. So check out all you want. Matter of fact, go buy your plane ticket and get your passport and go where you need to go. Us us feminists are married. We got men. And not only do we have men, but we have men that actually treat us like human beings and don't ask us to submit or be subjugated to them and don't think that they're the higher authorities. Like, we are not worried about you checking out. Sayonara. All right. I'll give you a ride to the airport. What you got? What you need? Uber? We don't care. Like, this is the they be like, oh, due to feminism. Like, feminism is the reason why the reason why your mother suffered is the reason why she made it sure her generation made sure that the women like that that are us today are actually getting our careers and education and making sure we're financially stable and making sure that we're business owners and property owners and things like that, so we don't have to suffer. All right. And people like me, feminists like me, I actually like my job very well. Very much, and I get paid enough to do it. And guess what? I got a family. All right. Most of the women on here that got a career in education and exercise their right to vote and all that kind of stuff, very family oriented. So we're not worried about you checking out. That seems like a feminine fit friendly woman's issue, and I'm more of the triple M, massive masculine and mean, and we got husbands.
Wow, groundbreaking to say the least. Let's go to Chef. If you could read out the questions and answer it.
Are you talking about me?
I said Chef. I know your names sound alike. Seth, you got some red bars, but I'll try to come to you after if you shared the live out.
Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? Damn, what kind of question is that? That's sick. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's just a weird question.
Don't be disrespectful to my prompt. Haven't you learned? Do you want to get blocked?
Girl, cut that out. Let's move on, please.
No,
That's
you're
a,
going to get blocked, Chef. Stop
that's
playing with me.
black women provoke anger in black men. Not at all. Not at all. I just it all depends. If you women feel that way, I guess you was weird. You was raised in a weird town called USA. But from where I come from, my circle and things like that, no, we don't get angry for women doing well. We applaud that. We don't try to compete with women. We applaud that because they do well, we do well. You know, take less stress off a man. I land.
All right, Chef, you need to share the live out to 20 people before joining open panel. Let's get it to 20K, you guys. Once we get to 20K, we're going to go to open panel. Thank you, BOK Betty. I got your cash app. Thanks for the support. You could go ahead. JD, hold
Comment,
on one
right?
second.
What did
Oh wait, I'm sorry, BOK Betty. I'm gonna let you ride out in a minute. JD in the comments, don't be disrespectful. You're so scared because who was it? Myself, I had to rebut you and you got cooked, okay? That's why you're mad. Why don't you come up here and stand on business instead of being insulting in the comments?
Hey, could
Also,
I say something? Because earlier we all got kicked while I was trying to say something.
Q, I'm talking. Also, Maz, why are we not muting him? Like he's being disrespectful in the comments. Why are we just letting that ride out? What's going on? JD reacts. Thank you, Mika. But y'all should be reading the comments. I shouldn't have to say it. Woo! Okay. Be okay, Betty. Go ahead. What you were saying?
just they if they just can't get what they want right away, they throw a little baby tantrum and run. But anyways, I just wanted to mention what Chef said in the comments. He said, "And she's married." Joke. What did I say to you when I told you that when they tell us to choose better, and then when they actually see us doing better, they get upset and they want to not only degrade you, but they want to degrade the person that is involved in you doing better. If a person gets married that they don't find to be, I don't know, wife material, then they will call that man a simp. And he literally said, "Oh, it's a joke because she's married." Not that I've been married. Look, I just celebrated an anniversary last year. Been with my husband for 17 years. Right? Two beautiful kids. All that, all the stuff that they say that you should want in a marriage. No infidelity. But my marriage is a joke. Why? Because I'm a feminist. They only want a specific type of black woman to succeed. But if they see a woman that actually, I don't know, is smart enough to make her own decisions, that actually wants to be treated like a human being, that actually does not want to submit, I'm very cooperative, but I'm not going to submit, right? When I tell women to get a career in education and things like that, And when I tell the dudes that want to, check out, that they can absolutely check out, because that ain't my problem. Oh, you want to call my marriage a joke? And this is exactly what I'm talking about. About they come up here and they say they want you to win, but they really hope you lose.
Groundbreaking
Now,
to say the least.
now,
Hold on, you guys. All those unmuting their mic. Remember, once we get to 20K, we're gonna go to open panel. So those on the panel and in the comment section can help get the likes up. Seth, if you could read out the questions and answer it. Everyone else can mute, please. Go ahead, Seth. I'm thinking you're having some issues. I'm about to drop you and bring you back. You having red bars? We'll come back.
like Betty, like Betty. Reason
Hold
why I
on.
said, yep, okay.
Hold on. Tap the screen, Chef. Mr. Big and Cherise, if you could share the live out. Um, Chef, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying, Miss Betty, is reason why I'm saying it's a joke is because it's just too weird to me.
Really don't care why you care it's a joke. I was just making my point that that's what you said. I don't really care about your opinion.
Look here, crazy lady. You just spoke. I didn't interrupt you. Why are you interrupting me, ma'am? Okay, please. I'll be finished in a second, all right? Weird ass. But anyway, what one person eat doesn't make us shit. What somebody else eat. My
Stop
thing
using
is,
profanity.
okay, if you're good and you happy with your situation, great men, etc., and all that, why are you worrying about other men and speaking down on other men? That is just the craziest part to me. If you have a lovely situation, 17, great marriage, great kids, etc., and all that,
You don't
why?
have to talk about me and my marriage. I know what I got, sir. You can move on to the actual
There
topic.
you go with your crazy ass again. So, damn, it sucks for him, I bet. Woo, god damn, who be married to a woman like your
For
ass?
him. Sucks for him. He's still married. He ain't signed the paperwork yet.
Y'all
You can
be
stay
muting
mad.
the
And
wrong person.
you can speak on the topic.
Chef, go ahead and say what you're saying. If y'all don't
No,
want him to talk,
I am done because this little dimebag here keep interrupting. I never interrupted her. That just shows a lot about her character. And she told me she had a great marriage. Damn. Woo, that must be a
You don't have
weak
to talk
ass
about my
chick.
marriage. You can talk on the topic though.
No, no, no. You came and addressed that about what the comment that I made. And I'm just expounding on that particular comment, man.
What you gotta say. Talk on
I
the
don't.
topic.
Oh, I'm sure you don't, but I really don't care what you got to say. And you did say something. So what? So you just think what you say is word, and your word trumps everybody else's word? You are a sick lunatic.
It does when you talk about my marriage. So you can talk on the
Right,
topic.
you
You can
can't
talk
do the
about what I
back
said
and
on the
forth.
topic.
Hold on, Be okay, Betty. I like Be okay, Betty. I don't really want you to talk about her marriage either, but I don't police the panel. If you guys want to drop anyone, send them money pow pow to drop them. That's how this live works. The only time I drop people is because hey, they're disrespecting me. But if y'all want somebody dropped, drop them with sending them money pow pow. That's the rules. And even when they disrespect me, I'll be letting their ass come right back up. Because I'm not gonna over police the panel. So Chef, go ahead and land. If anybody wants to drop him, y'all could drop him, but let's not interrupt him.
Okay, yeah, I'm out of land. It just to me, as in your words, it's just crazy words. People want to speak on something that they detest. If you detest it and your situation is good, why speak on it? That is just crazy. You know, let's just love misery. Let's just mean let's be miserable. You love to argue, but if you're doing well in a certain situation, why speak on that? You got a great man. Why speak down on men? That is crazy. You want more men? That's ridiculous. I land.
I have a question for you, Chef. Just because she pointed out that a lot of BOK men like to see BOK women suffer, do you think it's right to attack her marriage? Because just because she's a feminist doesn't mean she doesn't love her man. She's just addressing that a lot of you guys aren't. up to par as her husband.
No. I'm not taking the man. When she mentioned, we on a panel. So whatever discussion, whatever come out of somebody else's mouth, and make it fair game to chime in on that and speak on that. So since she put that out there, that's why I spoke on that. And to me, it's like, I'm not talking down on a marriage. I'm like, damn, if you married and your situation is well and all that, why speak down on a man? And another thing is, fellas, if anyone on here, is there a Angry Man Committee Club or something where you have meetings to prey on the downfalls of women and say, "Oh, we hate women. We're gonna do this here"? No, no one dictates. Really, and how can someone else try to dictate your particular life? We all just are different certain individual walking different paths, etc. It's not like a bunch of men come together and say, "Oh, this is what we're going to do." No, that's just too weird. It's not an association of males that hating on women and stuff like that. So please stop saying that and stop bad mouthing us. But I like, since you want to speak down on men and say men is this and that, start off and say, well, my father ain't shit. My brother
Okay,
ain't
wait,
shit.
wait. You cannot. I'm gonna mute you because you're using profanity. Be okay. Be okay, Betty. Thanks for the support. We're gonna go to be okay, Betty, and then we're an open panel. So we'll go into open panel since we're at 20K. So be okay, Betty, and then open panel. Doing open panel, use TikTok friendly language. And if you're saying that if you're gonna drop, Chef, I don't know why you're running. If you want to drop someone, send a money pow to drop them. And if you want to save your spot, you can do that also. But let's allow people to land their plane, do an open panel. He's in the comments. He does that all the time. He drops and comes back, drops and come back. I don't know why he drops and come back, drop and come back, drop and come back. But be okay, Betty. He's requesting back up. Go ahead and say what you're going to say to him. Be okay, Betty. You there?
I am here. I am here. Yeah, I was gonna say the last person who spoke before me said that feminists are the reason why he is checking out. The two people that claim to be feminists on this live, myself and wife mom, are both married, right? So all this rhetoric about feminists being anti-family, feminists being blah blah blah, like none of that is happening over here. So I really need y'all to find another excuse as to why you feel so miserable enough that you're so sad that you can't get a wife, because the feminists over here are okay. That is the reason why I mentioned my marriage. And but we don't need to, and we're going to end that right here. You want to talk about there's yeah,
Yeah,
if
be
you're
okay. That
single, it
was
has nothing to,
Hold on. Get on
if you're
done. She
single,
wasn't
that has
done.
nothing. I'm a land.
Hold on.
If you're
One
single, it
second.
has nothing to do with
Everybody, wait.
feminism.
Hold on. Let's get it to 30K. Um, Be okay, Betty. You were dropped by Money Pow Pow. Again, Be okay, Betty was dropped by Money Pow Pow. It looks like Be okay, Betty sent a galaxy though. So Moz, did you reply to the galaxy she sent? We're gonna go back to open panel. If you haven't sent a daily heart me, send a daily heart me. If you like what someone on the panel is saying, go ahead and gift the panelists. Hanley, you're not sharing the live. You're not gonna stand on business, right? So Hanley, just tap the screen and share the live out. Let's let Be Okay Biddy finish what she was saying. Then we'll go to open panel.
So that's why I said, and then when people find out that a woman like me is married and was able to maintain a marriage for as long as I did without infidelity, then they want to get upset and they want to start degrading my marriage, degrading my husband, and things like that. And that's what I said. And they continuously make my point. They don't want us to win. They want us to suffer. They say that they don't want us to suffer, but you can tell in the actions and the words that come out of their mouth and the thumb thugging that they do in the comments, that they claim that they love us, but they hate us for real. I land.
Wow, that's groundbreaking. Sharice and Mister, we're gonna get to you in a moment. Moz, please confirm new guest shared the live out. If you're new on the panel, please share the live out. That's the quickest you can talk. Once you share the live out, Evangelist, if you can share the live out to 20 people. Wife Mom, if you can stop dropping yourself. I'm not sure what's going up, but it messes up my algorithm. So when you do that almost every live. I'm not sure what's going on with that. It has to stop.
And can I respond back to what she
Go ahead
said?
and say what you were doing. I'm saying, get it done. We're gonna go to open panel until the new people share the live.
Yeah, so yeah, I just cut it in because I was wanted to make it clear that it was me that said that. I lost my train of thought. So yes, I did say that feminism has caused this problem because this is the results that we're looking at. We're looking at a community where we have it's people that have been single, and I want to say, Black, that you keep referencing to yourself, but I'm speaking in general, not with your personal situation, but I'm talking in generalities where most Black men and women are single. And I did make the statement as yes, other men have decided to go otherwhere. It doesn't mean we have to go out the country and all this other stuff, but we have explored our different options because Black women don't respect us. Our own women don't respect us. And I'm a living proof. I'm 35 years old. It doesn't mean that I can't get no women. It doesn't mean, oh, because you're single. No. It's just, why would I go with, not to be funny, but most women are, the women I talk to, maybe I have to, oh, sorry, excuse me. Most, that they don't respect men. I'm just trying to keep it like really like I'm not trying to say nothing that would trigger TikTok, so I'm being very careful what I'm saying. So yeah, at the end of the day, this is most women don't respect men, and a lot of men don't respect women either because of some of the cultures that's being pressed within our community. Okay, so it's being pushed that and a lot of females say, oh, well, I got my education. What, you got an education to work a 9-to-5 job? The average pay is about 47 to 52,000 a year, and we're getting all these educations. It doesn't mean nothing because we don't have family. That's what I'm saying. Have feminism has pushed where they want to be single just to get a degree. When they get out of college, they don't even get a job where they even got a degree in marketing, communications degree. It means nothing. It means nothing. They get the degree so they can have some security within themselves, just to look back and say, okay, I didn't got this degree for nothing. So all I'm saying is feminism has pushed a separation of family and a nuclear family, which I want to do that. But a lot of feminism, when y'all get y'all money, oh, this is my money, I'm gonna do this. But when a man get family, he doesn't say he's strong and independent. But when a woman say they get money, they say, oh, I'm strong and independent and just be by themselves. Men, we want families. I know I want a family. I don't want to be out here like this, like without no family. So this is just the results that we're going through right now is due to feminism, and it started years back, even before the '70s and during cartoons and things like that. So I yield. I yield.
Okay, so everyone, really quick, let's get the likes up to 30K. Once we get to 30K, we'll go back to open panel. All new guests, make sure you share the live out. Mods, please drop mod announcements and also confirm shares. Um, Let me go to Charisse. If you could read out the prompt and answer it.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So, do BLK men enjoy seeing BLK women suffer? I'm going to say yes. And I'm going to go into the next prompt. The successful BLK women provoke anger in BLK men. That's an absolute yes. And you can hear it just by the last person who was talking who said that, women are getting education just because, and, it doesn't mean anything. Education means a whole lot. Like, that's almost everything. And how do you know that women aren't getting jobs in their education? I mean, like, how do you know that? I know a lot of women who have degrees and are working in their field. So you can't just make the blanket statement that education means nothing. I'm going to give you a really prime example. I was married for 13 years, and my ex husband decided to leave because I wanted to start a business. In that 13 years, I went to school. He would leave, he would cheat, he wouldn't help with the kids, all that stuff, watched me suffer.
still got everything that I needed to get. And then when I wanted to start a business, he said, no, I'm not, that's not what I got married for. He's like, I don't want to take care of the family. You need to take care of the family. And so, with that being said, he decided to leave. So, enhance, he does like to watch me suffer. So I'm sorry, and I'm not a feminist, and I don't think a lot of these ladies on this panelists are feminists. You may have one or two of them, but a lot of them are just worried about themselves at this point in time in their lives. I had to give up everything that I worked for before he came along was gone after my divorce. My property, my cars, all that kind of stuff gone after my divorce. But guess what was still there? My degree. My degree was still there. So I'm gonna land my plane there.
Wow, that was groundbreaking, Sharice. And I'm so sorry you went through that. But here we are on a live with a lot of BOK men denying that they like to see BOK women suffer. But hey, not only that, some are saying in the comments that they'll even try to stop you from elevating. Just like Sharice said, if you want to start your own business, if you want to go back into school, they find a problem with that. Problems with advancing. What is going on with these BOK men? I mean, I love BOK men. I was just with one yesterday for dinner. Check my story. But damn, you guys are leaving women just for further along their education and their businesses, throwing away your whole marriages. This is embarrassing, BOK men. Embarrassing. Let's go to. Hold on, it's not open panel. Can you help get the likes up to 30K so we can get to open panel? Let's go to Mr. Big. If you could read out the prompt and answer it.
Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? Now, I think pretty much this live has highlighted and illustrated that obviously black men are kind of differentiated on this issue. Because me personally, I do not, and that will lead into my second point of does seeing successful black women provoke anger in black men? For me, no. I have a girl. She's a nurse. I tell her to go for a master's degree. I'm in the military personally. And I've obviously, to get on the men point, I've met so many different types of black men in my career. Literally, the first guy I met in basic training, he was like, "Yeah, I want my women, to submit to me." Me? No, that's mainly because I cannot be with a dumb woman. That sounds crazy, but I have to be with the woman who can make decisions for herself. I have to be. I cannot be, because being with the woman who's like fully, that doesn't think for herself, and I've seen women like this out and about, they require a man to make every single decision for themselves. I cannot do that, because for me, that feels like having a kid as a grown adult. Like I'm just my children, they can be like that because I brought those kids here, but I'm a whole other grown woman that her fault. No, like I'm not with it. So I told my girl, I want her to get her master's. I would like, even if I break up with her, I want her to continue to do that. And I get into my second point of why, because I'm in the IT field in the military. You have to have that education. I don't know, like, what you have to have that. I have all technical experience. I do computer networking, right? I work on routing packets, making sure they still ask for that 4-year degree to get that 100K. You gotta get. So why would I not want that for my girl? She gonna have to get that degree, and for her, if she wants to get more money, you gonna have to get that master's. So like, I understand there's other different avenues in life, right? I mean, I'm on one, but ultimately, for a lot of people, it's still a gateway for these jobs that can get you good money. They still ask for that, regardless of how much technical experience or other experience you have. So, again, do black women enjoy seeing black women suffer? I think some brothers out here, they don't like to see it because they don't want women who are particularly strong and caring for. They just don't want that. And, hey, that's you. Me, I'm good off that. I I need me a woman who can think. So I support women going to school. I support black women doing what's best for them. Because ultimately, in America today, you're not getting your money up not doing that. That avenue is possible. It's just less likely. So you might, like, I can't tell a little girl, hey, don't go to school. You go ahead and go to school, do what's best for you, because that's the most likely path to success. And at the end of the day, Relationships are relationships. You can leave somebody, I leave her, she leaves me. What are you gonna do? That's my opinion on that.
Wow, 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 wow.
Can I respond back to that?
Get it done. I'm gonna get to you when we get to 30K. Please. You guys, I will call on you unless it's open panel. I'm introducing the new guest. Please help us get to 30K and then you don't even have to ask if you can talk about it. Mr. Big, that was groundbreaking to say the least. Welcome up, Jasmine. If you could read out the prompt and answer it.
Hey, Poetic. So the first prompt, do BOK men enjoy seeing BOK women suffer? And again, I have to just be honest. No, I don't feel like BOK men do that. I feel like a lot of people who happen to be men who don't have a certain status in life don't want their women having more than them. I'm not exactly sure why. It's just not something that like I even like entertain, except for really on social media. But it would appear that if I were only to go off of like the lives that I come across on social media with BOK men who are talking about relationships, their whole thing isn't accountability and responsibility. It's like you have all this education, you have this and that going for your career, but you're not being feminine, fit, and friendly. And I just think that is kind of like silly to say, especially when you're basically following another man who's not even around today. Rest in peace to that man who died unalived on someone who wasn't even BOK, right? Like, let's be for real, for real. But the second prompt, does successful BOK women provoke anger in BOK men? Yeah, definitely for a certain type of cosplaying BOK man, I would say. What Mr. Big was saying was, you know, I could relate to that, especially like he's in the military. He sounds like he's younger. He reminds me of my little brother, who's like, yeah, absolutely not. I can't be around a woman who cannot think. You know, I will say it's a higher caliber of men who think this way. That's why I say all the time, cosplaying men and real men, I can't really put them in the same category because men who don't have any means, they seek to dominate people and not even just women, they seek to dominate anybody that they can dominate to make up for the fact that they're not men. And I land my plane there.
That was very interesting. Um, I don't know what's going on. People saying they're getting dropped. Wife mom says she got dropped. Evangelist said they got dropped. Just send your request back up if you didn't drop yourself, but nobody's dropping you guys. Another thing is we have someone wants to drop BOK Betty has to be higher than the galaxy because she saved her spot with a galaxy. We're at 30K now, so we're gonna go to open panel. Get it done. You can start off open panel.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to, you know what? Can I just go next? Cause I lost my train of thought.
You cannot attach nothing and put a smaller gift in a money power pile. Has to be higher than a galaxy.
Can I go and then I'll drop
Sarah,
down?
go ahead. Yeah,
Oh,
Sarai, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with the young lady that was just speaking. It is a certain caliber of men who really are bothered when they don't have security in themselves. And the one thing I noticed about this question that you have on your prompt is it's really triggering to these men. But I like your question because we see these things happening every day that brings us to the conclusion that you like to see that black men like to see black women suffering, and the conclusion that our success provokes anger. So when you put it in a question form, I'm shocked that they're surprised. I'm trying to figure out why are these men surprised that we feel this way? We hear this every day. And the only thing that I could think of is you must enjoy seeing black women suffer, or me being successful is provoking. And when you put it in this question form, they're confused. And that means that they need to reflect on what they're spewing, what they're trying to convey, and whatever they're angry about, it needs to be separated from women. If you're able to succeed, if you're able to go do these things, do them. Do them. No one's holding you back. Matter of fact, we always holding your hand to help you up. And I just like that it's in this question form because it's so much denial here, and I'm confused. And I just wanted to just say that, and I'll drop down. Thank you.
Why are you running? Well, I don't want to say running, but just everyone just mute. I don't know.
I'm not running. I'm working right now. I work from home.
Okay. Um, let's see. Be okay, Betty. You've been dropped with a firework. Again, Be okay, Betty. You've been dropped with a firework. It looks like you sent a future encounter to get it done. Be okay, Betty. I just say that because I don't want people not to hold their spot and stand on business because I allow drops. Just stand on business. And then if you like the questions and the platform, that's even more reason to come up and stand on business. But again, Be okay, Betty, you've been dropped with a firework. It looks like you sent a future encounter. I'm not sure if that was for this platform, but you sent it to get it done. Okay, looks like Be okay, Betty's sending one to get herself back up here. I am talking, so please don't unmute your mic when I'm talking. Let's get it to 40K, you guys. We're going to continue open panel for a little bit, but let's get it to 40K. I'm going to bring Be okay, Betty up and bring some other people up. Double O, I seen you requesting up. Did you still want to come up? There was people in front of you. Let's get open panel started with wife mom. Haven't heard from her.
Let's see. What can I say? It's being okay, man. It's really, like I said earlier, it's projection. That's all it really is. That's why they sit all day on these
Thank
panels,
you, pretty
talk
girl.
about
Be careful out here.
women they don't like, women they claim they'll never date, women that are loud and masculine, fat and ugly, 304s and too educated for them all day long. That's what they complain about. Even Chef talked about it. Married women. But y'all still are in the places they go. You won't stay away from them. You come to places they are just to tell them how you don't like them. It makes no sense. And the common denominator is y'all, because y'all the only ones that's doing it. Y'all really do need to get your minds right, because y'all are sad. Look within yourself and figure out why you so miserable and why you so bitter and why you go looking for women who you don't like and most certainly don't like you. Why you constantly get in conversations that are way above your pay grade. Why you are so concerned about a degree a woman has when she's not on your payroll. Get out of her pockets. Get you put some in your pockets. Y'all ain't busy enough for me. I remember the days when single men worked 2 and 3 jobs to get their money up. Y'all got too much time on your hands. Y'all need to go find you some old role models that can actually give you some good information. Cause what y'all doing now, it is not it. But that's your life. But stop projecting it on women and stay away from women you don't like. Or just come on and tell us, or tell them, because I'm married, tell them you really do like them. And that you are willing to work hard for their affection and their attention. But I know you're not. Y'all just rather be miserable. I land.
Don't want to work hard, wife, mom. All right, they don't want the domesticated bird. They want the wild and free bird, and they want to cage her. And that's the reason why they keep on going into spaces where they don't like you, and then being like, "How come you don't like me?" Like, no, just go into a space that likes you. They don't like that because that's boring. Because what do they call themselves? Hunters.
Yep.
That's too boring for them. So they'd rather come over to a space, a woman who they say is too strong and independent, a woman who got their career in education, woman who's out there being go-getters and telling them that they need to dim their light so he can shine. Telling them, I want you to be a submissive provider. I want you to be a 50-50 trad wife. I don't care about your career in education, but I still want you to use your career in education to pay 50% of these bills. I don't care about your career in education, but I still want you to pay 50% of these bills working at Starbucks as a barista. All right? That is what they want. They don't want you to win. There was a woman that came on on a panel and said she's getting married. And you know how many men were punching the air and sliding down the walls because she was a divorcee and she had kids. And he told her, not even he, but the men told her, because they was writing this in the comments, you are giving hope to women who shouldn't have hope. So when they tell you to choose better, they don't really mean it.
No, they mean
And I
choose
land.
me. They mean either choose me or why didn't you choose me? It because there is no better. They know it better than anybody that there isn't any better. And if there is a few of them out there that are better, they're already married or rainbow. So y'all just need to tell the truth. That's the only thing y'all need to do. But it may be y'all just habitual liars and got too much ego to recognize that you're the problem, not black women, not black children. It's you collectively.
I believe also that they like to follow unks, washed up unks, because they didn't have any like maybe male role models in their actual family, because they all keep telling us how they are products of single black mother homes, right? And to be honest, like maybe it's really hurting them inside that there wasn't a man there, and maybe they do emulate their moms emotionally. I don't really know, because I had my dad, I had my grandfathers, I had my uncles, I have friends that are men, and I just don't get that same energy. And I take it serious. It's very detrimental not to have no role models, but you don't go online searching for role models. Like, that's a little bit strange. And then these role models that you're emulating, they're not even in relationships, just dirty old unks trying to tell you how to be a dirty old unk like them. I just find it weird. Um, I'll land there, that because that's just really what I'm getting from a lot of the men. I haven't heard any man say this today. Mr. Big seems to be level-minded as a young man. I guess there was someone on earlier that ran away or he got dropped. But, you know, why are we listening to leftover men as a young man trying to seek advice from a fatherly figure? That's just my wondering, whatever. I land my plane.
Okay, I'm about to go to the new guest. Once we get it to 40K, we'll go back to open panel. Evangelist, if you can answer 1 and 2. Evangelist. Okay, we're going to come back to her again. Seth, if you can answer the prompt.
Thank you so much for getting me back on here. Uh, Basically, the woman who spoke earlier hit the hammer on the nail and what I was trying to say. Because these questions that you have are great And I truly believe the criticism and the opinions of the people on this panel, I don't know if they're considering the attack that's been on.
All right, looks like he got a call. We're gonna continue. Evangelist, are you there? Because
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, I'm here.
Can
okay,
you hear
Steph,
me?
go ahead, and then we'll go to Evangelist.
Okay, so what I was saying is, so one of the things I did not hear on this panel with all the opinions and the criticism was the factor that we were intentionally attacked as a family unit decades ago and still are. And so there's something called post traumatic slave syndrome by Dr. Joy DeGruy, and that impacts our family. And so we have men that have not been raised by other men, but have been raised by their mamas, and they have not been through any manhood training. And when you factor in a lot of the struggle of the mamas trying to keep the house together as well as grow themselves, that stuff is hard. And you're going to have a lot of men that don't know how to be men, a lot of men that don't know how to take care of children, and are out there doing stuff that is unacceptable to the woman. Now, I happen to love women, and I have no problem seeing women advance in their life and in their career. And, my experience, though, is women, for the most part, and particularly Black women, my beautiful mama, my sisters, my daughter, my cousins, my aunties, beautiful Black women, as a majority, are very standoffish with their men, and particularly Black men, more so than white men, Asian men, Indian men. And I don't know if it's because.
All right, can you fix the call thing? Because you keep getting interrupted, and then when I go to the next person, you say you want to finish. So tell them you're gonna call them back or something. Um,
Can you hear me?
yeah,
That
go
was my
ahead.
son getting on my hotspot on my phone. So I fixed that. But like I was saying, you know, I think there needs to be a level of accountability for a lot of these young boys that were never raised into men, raised by their mamas, and having nasty attitudes with women. That's wrong. I don't agree with the attitudes my brothers have been having as a majority towards my sisters. So, but it's like, it's easy to call us negative
So you're
words and
saying
criticize us.
the black men grew up to have nasty attitudes because they were raised by their mothers. Also, you said a lot of black women collectively are very standoffish. That's what you were saying
Yes,
before you got cut
yes,
off.
yes, exactly. And again, this is all a part of a larger systemic racist attack on our people. And it's like we're not acknowledging that. You don't catch this with Asian women or white women or Indian women when it comes to their men and their cultures. They're not having that attitude with their men. They're not standoffish. And a lot of their men grew up with fathers in the house, fathers that had substantial income through inheritance over a period of time, which Black people never get because we've never been in a position to hand anything off as a majority to our children and our grandchildren. So there's a lot of stuff at play that throws us out of whack with each other because, again, the ultimate goal for uh, white supremacy or racism is to divide and conquer. That was the ultimate goal, and they put things in place to do just that. And I'm not going to be harsh on my sisters because I have a daughter that I raised. She's now 19, and I have sons that I've raised too to be young men and
Well,
are
Steph,
doing great in life.
hold on. You're gonna have to land there because you're backpedaling.
Okay,
Um,
nope.
you were already harsh on your sisters. Okay, you said that they have a standoff attitude to their men, and you compared it to other ways race of women, which is insulting. But I'm gonna leave it up to the panelists to rebut in a moment. We'll go to open panel once we get to 40K. Evangelist, if you could answer the questions on the prompt.
Hello, everyone.
Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? I believe so. We suffered a long time. We've been suffering since slavery, protecting them. But have they been protecting us? No. And another thing too, with this new age group, I heard him say it's the women who raise the weak men who want to complain against women. But what happened to you weak fathers who's contributing too because you abandoned those sons? Another thing too, I'm not gonna sit up here and go on and on and on. I'm not a bitter lady. I'm not wasn't a single lady. I did it for 40 years. I am a career woman. I have been in the Marine Corps. So don't sit around here and try to categorize me. And that's what a lot of also this younger generation is doing. And I'm sad to hear the so-called go abroad brothers find you a new broad. No, you're bringing back diseases back to America because y'all ain't got the money you thought you had in the first place to go abroad. And I'm sick and tired of hearing all of these people cutthroat in our black women because we are wonderful and a marvelous and a fantastic people. And if we would only have people who were grown enough and mature enough to deal with success, and they wouldn't be knocking women who already have their careers. And I already have, yeah, I'm finding that career women are having to have to take down, even to, what is his name? The one who own networks and stuff or whatever. He want to tell black women, oh, y'all got to take these pitiful men who don't have jobs. You can't even begin to pay my bills. And you don't no, we don't have to take down. And they want to call us masculine because we're handling our business. Well, let's keep being masculine, ladies. And I will fold. The other
Wow.
part, the successful black women provoke anger in men. Oh, yes. You hear it all the time. Go to all these other different panels and just hear how they not. A man don't need a woman with education. They just think their education so important. And also, if a man if he wanted a woman, no, why don't you want your woman to have education? Because we're your helpmate. God said that himself. Now, what's wrong with y'all wanting to uphold us in us progressing and being by your side and helping you? And now I heard one person remark, oh, that's our job just to take care of kids. No, he thought he was too good to take care of the kids, but he didn't have a problem getting them. And I land my plane, y'all.
Wow, that was groundbreaking to say the least. People in the comments said, preach, sister, preach. Okay, let's get it to 40K, you guys. We're going to get it to open panel. Also, if you haven't sent a daily heart me, please go ahead and send a daily heart me so we can push this live to the FYP. But let's definitely keep the live engaged by supporting the live goal and also gifting the panelists, etc. Seth, what's your thoughts on what Evangelist said, and could you please address her claims?
So I think, respectfully, first of all, thank you for your service. I really appreciate that. And I'm not saying it just because you was in the military. I'm saying it because you put your life on the line for our country. So thank you so much. You had the heart to do something that I didn't do. Thank you. Also, I think a lot of her statements just proved my point. They really did. And I don't need to get on here and start pointing out all the aspects of it, but she proved my point. And I don't mean to offend anybody, and I don't mean to be insulting. I'm just speaking on my experience, my life experience. I'm 51 years old. I've been married for 25 years to the same woman with no infidelities or any crazy stuff. My life is great. I'm a systems engineer. I make six figures with no
Stop, hold on,
problem.
wait 1 second.
So
Big
my life is
time,
great.
hold on. I just muted you. You cannot say that word in the comments.
What word? What are you talking about?
Hold on, Seth. Please mute.
Oh, okay. Sure.
BYG, stop putting that word in the comments. Mod should be muting this type of stuff. This is crazy. I muted you once and you put it again. Do it again, I'm blocking you. Seth, go ahead.
Okay. So, again, like I said, I'm a systems engineer. I've been married for 25 years. No infidelities, no funny stuff. I carry my family on my back financially with a smile on my face, very proud. My children are old, just about grown. And I have no issues in terms of, I don't walk around mad at black women. I was a mama's boy. I love my mama. And we were on welfare for a few years, and she didn't go get her hair done, her nails done. She wasn't twerking it on the floor at happy hour or anything. She was at home taking care of us, buying us clothes and cooking food and making sure the food lasted as long as it could from check to check. So I've been there, done that, seen that, and I'm just speaking on my experience. And it don't have to be the same for everybody, and everybody don't have to agree with me, and I respect everybody's opinion. That's what makes us unique and special. But it just proves my point, and it proves what these YT folks have been doing to us. We shouldn't be talking our men down, and we shouldn't be talking our women down. We should be lifting them up and focusing on ways to lift the ones up that are hurt. We damage. Everybody know we damage. Look at we the
Nobody's
top
capping.
consumers of the world. We don't even invest in each other. It's so hard to invest in a black business, that ain't gonna stab you in the back, and the ones that are good, it's still hard. Everybody wants something for free, and we damaged and we need help. And that's obvious. And I digress. I love all of y'all, male and female, men and women, especially my black sisters. All right, I digress.
I don't even think he loves himself, to be honest. I don't think that you love yourself, Seth. All of that stuff that you just said, not only about BLK women, but BLK men too. Our community, it gives to me like you're on the outside looking in at a socioeconomic level that you're not privy to, and you're watching movies and you relate to those Tyler Perry films where you were struggling, and like, I don't know, it feels like you're actually back in antebellum days. And to perpetuate that story as if that's who we are, I find it honestly very offensive, disgusting, because you could choose to be so many things online. You can represent so many different viewpoints, right? And maybe I'm being harsh, but you're giving this struggle tale, and you're trying to say that that's our whole community. I'm not sure if you know about the Moynihan report, right? Moynihan report, where in the 60s, because you guys love to bring up feminism and the decline of the black BLK family, right? There was this report that came out in that same era that took the attention away from our government, which is a white supremacist government, and came out with this report where there was a decline in the BLK family, and this is why they're not winning. You see how they come from these households and blah, blah, blah. You're an agent of the white man. Like, you literally might as well be a white man. And that's not even a dig on just the whiteness, because obviously race is not real, but your mind is so whitey, and you sit here and you're trying to play both sides of the field as if you're not perpetuating that ideology that we're sitting here and our whole decline was because women started being treated fairly. I think it's the goofiest thing ever, as opposed to just taking consideration to the fact that maybe you just aren't freaking working hard enough. Maybe you should get more educated. Maybe you should get away from those type of people that you seem to have all throughout your life. You don't see how that could be kind of damaging to our community,
Are
while
you
you're also
insulting
uplifting,
me?
I'm not done
This is
talking,
not name calling.
while you're also
So stop all
uplifting
that. You're more
Asians.
mature than
I'm
that.
not done talking. While you're also uplifting Asians, and I heard you uplift every community except for your own. That to me just gives agentry. Well, you know the Asians. Well, you know the white man. You know that person, whatever. And here we are just being ninjas. Look at us. Why can't we stop getting off of the fields and the house porch? It just gives me raccoon. I'm laying my plane there.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna start open panel since we're about to hit 40K. Panel's open.
Hello? I just wanted to say about Jasmine's point. It was before Evangelist and Seth spoke about how certain black men don't have like father figures. That's 100% correct, mind you. So a little bit background about me. I grew up. My father's a felon. Was in prison most of the time. He did raise me a bit, and my mother was kind of cooked too. She got strung out on drugs and whatnot. But I had other people step in and raise me.
You gotta say D-Rugs.
Oh,
And
sorry.
remember, this is not a safe place. If you want to tell your personal business, that's on you.
No, that's cool. It's cool. Yeah, all this to say though, other people stepped in and taught me sound principles and stuff like that. And I think that I was just taught to be respectful to everybody. It don't matter who. Like it wasn't about it, being a black woman, a black man. You just be respectful in general. And not other I have like 10 of the siblings, they didn't get that. They out here, they didn't really have anybody step in for them and show them the right way. So like anytime you go ask them like, why are you treating these people like this? Why are you doing X, Y, and Z that's just terrible for themselves and the people around them? Oftentimes it's because they'll tell you, oh, that's what my father did. Me personally, I saw everything they did and I was like, I gotta do the opposite of this because this is destruction. That's why I got away. But uh so I definitely think on Jasmine's point, it's definitely a lot of black men do not have like a father figure, any type of role in their life, a black man who just had it together. I found that in church. I found a pastor. He had it together, man. He had a great marriage. Both his children are lawyers, educated. His wife was educated. She was a counselor at a school, and they're successful in life. Um, why didn't you step in? I'm like 20. I'm the youngest one. I can't read.
Okay, we gotta land. We can't go to the comments because they
Oh,
got
my bad.
the
I'm just
questions.
gonna land it with this. I will say there's other people my age that do actually try to see eye to eye with black women. I know it's rare. I don't actually go on these panels and talk. I just saw it and I had to step in and say something. It was kind of wild to me, but that's all I gotta say. I'm gone.
Oh yeah, I wanted to bring up something because they said the attack on the BLK family. Like, first of all, this 2025. The only thing that's stopping you from getting married is yourself. The biggest issue we have with marriage amongst BLK people is poverty. A lot of men don't want to get married when they are not financially stable, and I wish you guys would just say that instead of over here trying to blame everybody and your mama but your finances. All right, I actually went to a work convention, and I saw a lot of the men that were married, right? CEOs and higher ups and things like that all had wedding rings, just talking about their wives, the physicians, everything, talking about their wives, and they all had money. And if you notice that there's a correlation that when you get the people who are married the most actually are more financially stable. Look at the income rates. Look at the income of the people who have that. Look at the people who have the highest income, and then look at the marriage rates. There is literal direct correlation. So we can talk about all this other stuff, racism and all this other kind of stuff, and that's a bunch of BS. It's 2025. All right, you want to talk about the breakdown? Let's talk about the Vietnam War and how it put a lot of our men, gave a lot of our men PTSD, and then they brung the HD rug into the system in the 70s. And not only did those men with the PTSD harm the woman in their home, the children in their home, but then you got the D rug issue with the H. And then in the 80s, they convinced our men to sell D rugs in the community. And then our men, because they knew that they can get a they can get a higher charge if they got caught, created little soldiers, i.e., convince our boys in the community to sell D rugs. That's why you see an increase of D rug conventions amongst teenage boys within that time. You think that those teenage boys started selling those D rugs by themselves? No, a grown man put it in their hands, and then those men PIMP out the daughters, right? Then they fed the D rugs to the mothers who were taking care of the kids. And then not only that, but then when you went to jail, you decided to be GAY for the stay. And in the late 80s, you came back on the DL and gave a lot of our women the hive. So all this stuff about BLK women are standoffish to BLK men, look at the history of the things that you did to the BLK family. And you got the audacity to tell us that we destroyed the BLK family. No, y'all destroyed the BLK family, and feminism is what's fixing it. Because we're getting an education, we're getting careers, we're working on home ownership and entrepreneurship. Because that's what we need in the community to fix up the community. So, yeah, and I'm gonna land there.
It sounds like you're in a tunnel.
I like those fuel wheels. I used to have fuel wheels on my truck. Those are cool.
I had already said open panel. This is weird.
Hello?
Hi, can I speak to James? This is the weirdest thing. I'm not understanding when it's open panel why people just quiet. What's her name?
I wanted to speak.
Nobody was talking. Let me just go back to this. Lanny, you can share the live out to 20 people. You'll be next. But we can continue open panel. Mighty, you can answer the prompt after Seth.
To both, no.
So,
I said
so
after Seth.
Oh, okay.
So I just wanted to say again, I didn't say it's all black women's fault that a lot of these fatherless men are out here treating black women disrespectful. I said it was designed through the systemic racism that caused a lot of the division so that the black woman was home without a father, without a husband for that child. That's what I said. I didn't say it was their fault that, you know, the man wasn't there. And I really don't think black women by themselves protected black men. I think we protected each other. There were ways that women could protect us that we couldn't. And there were ways we could protect them that they couldn't. But I really do think it was reciprocal. We protected one another because we were in a very bad situation. So I'll digress from that.
So to the prompt, I answer both questions with one answer. No.
Okay, I wanted to speak on the prompt actually.
And I'll say this to Seth.
Seth, Mighty, you didn't answer the prompt. Like, why are people being weird?
I
I
did. You didn't
literally
hear me.
just said after he's done, answer the prompt.
I did. You was doing something.
No, you just said no.
Yeah, I
Poetic
say
lady,
to
he
both
said
to
no
both
to both of the
answers.
prompts.
Yeah.
Exactly. You just said no.
Right. To both questions, I'm saying no.
Okay, and you just said no.
Right. I said
That's
no.
it. That's how
Right.
you answer a prompt?
Well, I mean, that's what my answer is. No.
All right. You want me to babysit you. Lonnie, if you could go ahead and answer the prompt.
Yeah, I actually, I don't know 1000% how men feel, but my take on this is actually interesting because I was just on another panel and it was a conversation about um, light skin BLK people and light skin people, BLA people, you know what I'm trying to say, and how there's like discrimination between dark skins and light skins. And what kind of came to my mind is that I feel like the reason why that is, specifically coming from darker skinned black people to lighter skinned black people, is like this subconscious disdain towards YT proximity because we know that that is ultimately like the colonizer, the oppressor, And so I feel like when anybody sees an advantage or what is it called? Yeah, an advantage being given to somebody by the people who run the system, white, aka white YT people, it causes a level of disdain. And so when I thought of that when it came to the dark skin and light skin conversation, and then I saw this prompt, I think that if men ever do, which I know some do experience envy, and some do not want to see Black women thrive. And it comes from, I feel like, that same place of feeling like we have some type of advantage or privilege over them in the systematic way that things are set up. So that's just my take. It's a theory. It's not, fact
You
or nothing.
said
But
that you think we think
I
we have
think,
well, hold on. We think we have an advantage over them.
no, I think that they might think that we do. They might perceive that we do.
They perceive we have an advantage over them.
Yeah, as far as like what we have. Um,
Could you expound?
Yeah, so I feel like black men could look at black women in the way that the system, um, or in general, obviously we deal with, and this is not to say that black women don't deal with our own unique experiences as in America, but I feel like obviously it's a different experience for black men. And so I feel like in their perspective, in their position, they could look at black women and feel like we have some type of privilege because we can express our emotions. And some people will argue that. Some people will argue that, we can't. But to them, they might see that we can more than them. We can express our emotions. We can have feelings towards things. We can, you know what I'm saying? Just I don't know. It's hard for me to explain, but yeah, I could just see how men could feel like that. And that could be a root of why they could feel envious in different circumstances or on different subconscious levels. But that's just a theory.
Okay, so you think that that's a reason on why they're doing that? Do you think that that's a justifiable reason?
It's not justifiable. I mean, there's no reason to be a hater at the end of the day, but realistically, people are haters because of their unresolved traumas or their unacknowledged traumas. So,
Do you feel like
no, it's
you're
not.
making excuses for them?
No, I'm not making excuses. I just come from a space of understanding where it's like I'm not going to tolerate that in my own life. For instance, like if I have a man in my presence who don't want to see me shine, he's not going to be around me. But at the same time, if we're having a conversation, I can come from a space of understanding. Like we're all dealing with our own circumstances here as Black people in America.
All right. Matthew, share the live out to 20 people. You'll be next. Dander, also share the live out to 20 people. You'll be next. Let's get it to 50K and we'll go back to open panel. If you haven't sent a daily heart me, please do. Go ahead and send a daily heart me and let's gift the panelists you agree with. But for now, we'll start open panel with Jasmine.
Thought that was, and I try to be very unbiased and open, but it just kind of feels like you came from a different panel and then you wanted to say something about light skinned women there, and then you are trying to tie it to how all BOK women are the light skins of our community. Possibly.
No,
Well,
that
I'm
not
not.
at
No,
all.
no. When it comes, so we follow rules here. Thank you for not interrupting. So it was like you were trying to tie it to that, and I found it very interesting that at the end of this, you're like, well, I just. It's like you almost were like, I don't really see color, and that. But when I do see it, I would say that all BOK women are the white tea light skinned people of our community, when it just gives you're maybe more, I don't know, I'm not going to assume, but I would say that maybe men, this is my own opinion, are more white tea adjacent because we're the only people that they feel like they can bully. Not only us, but kids too, especially the kids that they leave, that they can come back and be like, but look at you. You're a single mom. Meanwhile, your dad is nowhere to be found because he's in prison, according to you guys. This is not the things that I say, but everybody wants me to believe that we're all in prison. You guys are all just suffering, the men. So I don't know what to believe because I don't exist in that world. But I found it interesting that you try to triangulate light skinned women with being all BOK women. And to me, it just gave mammy. I'll land my plane there. Coddler type.
Yeah, I feel like you completely misunderstood my whole point and just kind of took it for what you wanted to perceive it as, and that's fine. I feel like that's what everybody's going to do at the end of the day. But my point of even bringing up the panel that I came from is that I do feel like this thing that we might have for each other, for one another within the Black community as a whole, comes from the separation and the division from systemic oppression. Regardless on if you all want to go to the system, go to slavery or not, we're divided as a diaspora because of that. So I think you completely misunderstood and kind of like twisted everything that I said, because my whole point was never to even speak on Black women or like I was just bringing that up to kind of like transfer the theory that I was having over there on that panel to why men could feel certain ways towards women. And again, this is division within the community. So whether it be between women and women, or whether it be between men and women, I feel like you said, you feel like men are more YT adjacent.
Can I comment on that?
One second. I feel like personally, that could be true in ways, but I can also see how women and children have more YT privilege, I guess.
Let me go.
So,
Let me
yeah.
go first, my brother. Now, what the sister just said, she 100% correct. I don't know why anybody will be kicking against it, because it's true. You know, we are the greatest divide among ourselves, and there are women that pit and men too that pit color against each other. You have the BLK, light skinned women don't like the dark ones, the dark ones don't like the light ones, and the brothers, they do the same thing. We are our worst enemy, you know. So when we talk about YT, I don't know why we always bringing up the YT. And a good example was Seth when he was talking about his family, how he did this, how this, and then it happens every time. It just shows you women don't have. When I say women, I'm not saying every woman, but when they speak, they show you the intention. They never say, man, that was, you done well for your family, you did this here. They always go to the negative. They go right to the negative of what he said. And the young lady say, you know, you looking more like YT people or something. Well, how does that look for a black man, a BLK man who have took care of his family, done what he need to do, and we get a BLK woman saying you trying to look like YT. So if we were out in the mud, struggling and living in a halfway house and not taking care of our kids, is that the black community? That's what a BLK man should be? I mean, I don't understand, because it seems like the women that talking, when they talking to men, and we're on these panels, we're not next door to anybody, they neighbors. So we just taking what they say, whether it's true or not. Okay. And this is why I tell guys, don't come up here trying to prove yourself. You know who you are. Why do we go to being like YT people when we talking about our success? That's the first thing you go to. We trying to, and we the this, we the that. That's crazy. What?
Can I comment
Somebody
on that,
please
brother?
explain to me.
I can explain
Explain to
it.
me. Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, explain to me, when we are successful, how can we not be YT, or be related to YT?
Well, put it
Well,
like
hold
this here,
on,
right?
hold on, hold on. I've been waiting for you to answer the prompt.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Could you
Yes,
share the
ma'am.
live out to 20 people? That's what I was waiting for.
You was waiting for me to share the live?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to share the live, but I'm working at the same time.
Okay, well then share it and we'll come back to you.
So if I can
Well,
comment.
well, Seth, before you, I don't know. Well, I just say
Well,
this
no,
really
no, go ahead.
quickly.
I'll put it
The
on
only
mute. Go ahead.
reason that I brought, like, so this is the reason why, and I hope you didn't feel like I was attacking you, Maheli. I can't see the last part of your name, but you didn't even answer her prompt, right? You came in here talking about a different panel that you're on, and you try to and I get it, I'm not saying it was the worst thing, but the prompt is, do BLK men enjoy seeing BLK women suffer? And you came in here talking about light skins, so that's why we were confused. Now there are some other men who are on here who have been here for a while on the panel who were making points that are like yours, so I get it. So maybe you were responding to them, but that's what I call privilege. I think that that's very white tea to come into someone's space, someone's home, and not answer, do BLK men enjoy seeing BLK women suffer? And two, does successful BLK women provoke anger in BLK men without attaching it to whiteness? You guys brought up whiteness. I land my plane there.
Yeah, and I also just want to bring out the point that welfare did not destroy the black family. Okay, that only lasted for 5 years. Look up King versus Johnson. It was eradicated in 1968, and it only affected the side chicks. Okay, you could get welfare if you were married. All right, all you had to do was take a welfare to work program and you could get the benefits. The problem was a lot of these women weren't married to those men because those men already had wives, and that's why she couldn't get the benefit. Actually, look up the case. look up the case. The man who and it was a black woman who actually fought to get the to get that law eradicated, and it was because she was in a relationship with a man who had a wife with 9 kids. So I really like all this stuff that you guys just want to, oh, the white team and white tea supremacy, but no, it's 2025. If you are in the home today, it's because you did something, or your significant other, I don't know, y'all didn't work out for some reason. It don't have nothing to do with welfare. That was 40, 50 years ago. Get over it.
Wow, 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 wow.
Answer the
One
prompt.
second, you guys. Once we get it to 50K, we'll go back to open panel. Go ahead, Dander.
All right. No, I do not feel like black men want to see women. See BLK men want to see their women fail or suffer. I think that's a misnomer, right? I think that's just something people put out there in the media. You know, I truly disagree.
All right, you can expound or address anything you heard.
Yes, ma'am. The first thing I'm gonna address, as far as the brother was talking about, why we so divided, why we always look down on each other, right? And why we always relate success or proper talk with YT people, et cetera, et cetera. Because at the end of the day, and also with the light skin, dark skin thing, right? Listen, I don't know how to be nothing but a BLK man. That's all I know how to be. Am I light skin? Yeah, right? Maybe light skin one wasn't in the field. I'm one of them. But at the end of the day, right? If you take the time out to read the Willie Lynch letter, you'll understand why some of this stuff is still going on. And like the sis said, it is 2025. Everything's in a book. Everything's online. You can really start to rechange and reprogram the way we think. See, a man asked me a question one day. He said, when you see a white tee man walking down the street, what do you do? I said, I don't, keep on walking. He said, you see the Spanish one walking down the street, what you do? I said, I keep walking, right? How about the Indian? I said, I keep walking. He said, what happens when you see another brother walk down the street? And I had to think about it for a second. He said, I'm gonna tell you what you do. Your chest come up, your shoulders raise up, you watching me, y'all sizing each other up. Why do we do that to each other? And ever since that day, I reevaluated the way I approach my people. Okay? But at the end of the day, I really do not believe in black men's soul. They feel like they want to see the worst for their women. Okay? And another thing that I want to address, right? People always talk about the statistics of prison and GAY men and deadbeat men. Let me explain this down to you, right? And these are statistics. You can get these off of blackpeople.com. You can get this off the, I don't know, I gotta get that one right. You can get this off of Google. It's about 43 million black people in America. 23 million of them are women. Okay? The other 20 million are men. We got about maybe 2 million in prison. Let's say another 2 million is GAY. There's 16 million BLK men out here in society. So we can't say the majority of men are in prison or on parole or they this or they that. That's a misnomer. That's miseducation of the people. Because that's not facts. And that's all I wanted to say.
All right. We're gonna go to open panel for a little bit, and then I'm gonna introduce D and Talking. I see D shared the live out. Talking shared the live out. Matthias, you were dropped because you've been sitting in the panel, but you haven't shared the live out. So when you come up, please share. Otherwise, you're like holding the box for no reason. So let's allow the people that were already here to have open panel.
Like to say, like, to just piggyback off what Dandris was saying, like he's saying it from a male perspective, but that's also what I was saying. Like to sit here and be like, we're all in prison, and this is the reason why I singularly am failing, and because I am failing, and maybe you guys aren't failing, but it just gives like you're not being successful when all the people that you're saying are in prison, all the people that you know are 304s, all the people that you know are addicted to candy or whatever. That is not my reality in 2025. And I'm not saying that it's not, right? But even these stereotypes like, oh, like, well, you know, because you're light skinned and the dark skin thing and this or whatever. The Willie Lynch letters that he brought up was very, I don't know if it was him or Mighty. Mighty maybe has said it, but I didn't really resonate with him. But no, that's a real thing. So why would we come out here in public on a public platform and perpetuate something unless that was our real life, right? But also, there are people like myself. I know BLK Betty. I know that freaking Poetic. There's no one else on the panel right now, but I've been in these TikTok streets for a while. There are certain people who don't fit that demographic. And we're saying, hey, maybe it's just you needing to take accountability and responsibility for yourself, whether you are a BLK man or a woman. Just say that maybe you are still stuck in a Tyler Perry movie. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna land my plane there, but it just gives that.
Well, you would
So,
be correct.
so Jasmine, you sound like you're bullying us. Really, because you make up these character sounds in your voice, and
I didn't make the I'm sorry. I didn't make up the character. You made it up. I'm
you're
just
down
responding.
talking our examples, and I don't like bullies. You're down talking our examples, and you're not really proving a point other than the fact that you disagree with us, and you probably got some issues of your own to deal with. But it's not cool to down talk people. Let people speak, and accept their opinions. They don't have to agree with you. They don't have to line up with yours. Just accept their opinions. I accepted your opinions until
Why
you
do you
started
think I'm
bashing me.
bullying you though?
Because
Because
you
I
are. You're
explained that
bullying
what
me.
you're
You're
You
saying
bullying
got
the
a
doesn't
hell.
cash out
align
for
with me.
questions. Let's let people land unless you want to drop them.
You
Let's
know.
let them land.
Yeah. So
Poetic, I just sent a cash app. Can you put me in the big screen, please?
Okay.
Yeah, it says
Guys,
that
please
33% of African American.
remind me. One second. You okay, buddy? Give me a second. Please remind me, you guys, if you're on the panel, if you send a cash app, because sometimes it doesn't pop up right away, or you can put it in the comments, because I don't want to miss y'all cash apps. I do appreciate it, but we're still going to allow Seth to land. Go ahead and land, and then we're going to go to BOK Betty.
thank you. I don't mean any insults to you directly, Jasmine. I'm just a grown man and I'm speaking on how I feel and what I'm observing from how you're dealing with not only me, but Mahaya. And you have these little wisecracks where you comment on certain things that reach back at what you said previous. And I'm just saying it's not cool. We're on a panel, like you said, we're in public, everybody's listening to us. So at least show some decorum and be respectful towards our opinions, even if you don't agree. And I land. I digress.
Say something in response to that, our BOK Betty can go, but just to say something really quickly, no, you started it, and now I'm
Wait.
responding to
No,
what
I'm
you
about to let
said.
BOK Betty go. Let's get it to 50K to go back to open panel, but I'm about to introduce the new guest and then we'll circle back to that.
Recently, I just posted before I posted this one, I just posted a screenshot from the National Institute of Medicine, which was literally saying that 33% of Black men in the United States have felonies. All right, so you may not currently be in jail right now, but at one point, a lot of y'all went to jail for felony convictions. So don't ever come up and try to act like I'm tripping. Second of all, if you look at the people who were newly diagnosed for the hive in 2022, it was 11,000 Black men, sorry, BLK men, and 3,000 BLK women. And if you look at how they were exposed to the hive, the BLK men got it from other men. And you know who the woman got it from? Men.
Yes.
So all this stuff about, oh, it's just a little bit, no, this is happening, and it's happening in 4K. So and we got proof and stats and all that kind of stuff. So, and if you really want to talk about, oh, the people going to jail, do you know that only 0.2, because what you want to say is if you do all the numbers, 3% of BLK men are currently in jail. Okay, fine. But do you know if you do all the numbers, only 0.2% of BLK children are in jail? 0.2%. So when you try to demonize single mothers and act like all their kids are just going to jail, there's actually more of their kids are going to college than
I never
going to
said
jail.
that.
And I just want to, I'm not saying that you're saying it, but I'm just saying, I'm bringing up the point that you were saying that not very many BLK men are in jail. Well, not very many BLK kids are in jail. So let's not bring, because there's a couple people who brought up that point. And I just want to say, y'all are out here just reaching. But you know what I'm not reaching for? That 33% of felonies. You know what I'm not reaching for? All the DL men that infected BLK women. And I land.
In
Wow,
every
that was
girls group,
groundbreaking.
you
Wow, very, very groundbreaking from BOK Betty. Oh my goodness.
heard that, please.
33%. 33%. That is a number. That is a large number, you guys. Wow, leaping. Wow, leaping. We're going to go
Is
back
it
to
okay if I
open
speak?
panel. Daniel, go ahead,
Okay.
respond.
Now, she
Go
said there's
ahead.
33% of
Go
them
ahead.
has felonies, right? Okay, people make mistakes in life, right? Okay, a lot of them do. We talking about the ones that are currently incarcerated, right? See, I brought up facts of people being still out here in the world, and for the and all intent and purposes, I was in prison. I did 20 years. And I came home, got a job in 17 days, 2 jobs in 30 days, a car in 3 months, a place to live in 4 months. I got my residential wiring certification in prison. Came home, started wiring houses. I make about 65,000 a year. It ain't 6 figures, but it keeps me comfortable. My daughter's taken care of, right? So what you promoting is like black men are lazy and this, that, and the third, right? No. And you keep talking about the HIV era, right?
You got to say his.
Okay, the HIV era, right? What you got to understand, it's more, it's being passed on more through.
Those stats were
Listen,
from
Just let him
2022.
land.
okay, listen.
Let him
Matter of fact,
land.
I'm not even going to speak on that, right? Because I'm gonna investigate that myself, right? I don't like speaking unintelligently, so I'm gonna leave that alone, right? As far as that particular HIV topic, right? But as far as like you talking about the 33%, I represent that 33%, right? And I came out here and moved past a whole lot of people, males and females, right? Okay? You know, because I'm a firm believer of this. Outside of most people's present occupation, most people are functionally illiterate, whether you man or woman, right? I can name 10 skills I have, actual skills, outside of my present profession. A lot of people can't do that, okay? So, and I'm talking about building. I'm talking about producing things that matter. So all that people keep trying to look down on dudes because they went to prison. How about the ones that just came out here and did something? How about the one we supporting right now to be mayor of the city right now because he already got city council, right? Like dudes is out here moving. But all y'all want to talk about is whatever pain you went through in your life and make that
All
try
right,
to
Gander, we
manifest
got to
to
move
all
on.
black men.
You can
This
expound
don't
more.
manifest to all black men. This don't
All right.
manifest to all black. I'm BOK men.
Gander, we're going to let you expound more in open panel. Just give me a second. Let me just ask you this. Since your case is closed, was it for D-Rugs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. If everyone can stay on mute, there's a lot going on with that. Um, so 20 years, that's a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you end up having a boyfriend in there?
No, ma'am. I was psychotic in there. And I felt like I had something to prove from day one. And then one day a man asked me a question in there. He told me I was good for nothing. And he said to me, he said, "Can you break a man's arm?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Can you make a cast to heal it?" I said, "No." He said, "Can you destroy a whole house?" I said, "Yes." He said, "But can you build 5 steps?" I said, "No." He said, "All you know how to do is destroy. You can't build nothing. You can't give back nothing that you destroy. And that's a waste." And ever since that day there, I started working on myself. And I ain't never been nobody's punk.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes, I have a daughter. I have a 9-year-old daughter. And me and her baby mom, excuse me and my daughter's mother, right? We good co-parents. We're not together anymore, but we good co-parents. I deal with my daughter every day.
So you've been out for 9 years?
I've been out since 2012. I went to prison in 1992. I got out December 20th of 2012. And I ain't looked back.
Okay. Thank you. I'll come back to you. Um, let's go to D. D, if you can answer the prompt. D, make sure you share the live out to 20 people. We'll come back to you. Talking, are you there? Talking with Gabrielle. Still
I did
waiting
share
for you
out the
to
live.
share the live out.
I did share out the live.
Okay, D,
It's
go
been
ahead and answer
15
the prompt.
minutes. It's just been 15 minutes since I did. I've been sitting here waiting.
Okay,
It
that's
says,
what happens when you come to a panel.
it says, do BOK men enjoy seeing BOK women suffer? Of course not. Um, most of us had mothers who suffered. So why would we want that to put that on our women? Most of us had mothers who had to go through hell. Most of us had aunties that we saw out here having to grind for some reason or another because they had no husbands. Um, do do successful BLK women provoke anger in BLK men? No. Why would I care about your success? I want you to be successful so you can help out your children and help out society. I'm so sick of this. It's making me ill. You had this young man up here telling his story, telling you how he overcame, and all these people in.
Don't direct anything to me, D. I don't have time for your mess today.
No, I'm not talking about you. I wasn't speaking about you. I'm talking about in general.
You said I had this man up here.
This young man was speaking about his story, and all the people in the comments could do was down him, ask him did he drop the soap, and be just vile and disgusting. And this is our problem. For some reason, we have a problem with BLK men, and I don't know why exactly. Maybe you want to be men. You want to be man, I'll swap with you. Because there's not a woman on this planet who would take a moment in a BLK man's shoes. You think I'm playing? Try it. You have no idea the level of anger, the level of fear, the level of anything that BLK men have to go through on a daily basis just to survive. So for you to down this young man and act as though what he went through was nothing, act as though what he was in because he was in prison 20 years, he's less than a man, is disrespectful, disingenuous, and it's sickening.
Wow, that was not groundbreaking to say the least. Again, that was not groundbreaking to say the least. Seth, what's your go ahead, chime in, and then we're gonna get to talking.
So I just wanted to first of all say that you know I understand what D is saying, and it again kind of proves my point initially when I said we should be really kind of working on building each other up because we all got problems as a people, in my opinion. And I was looking at the comments and the things that were being said, and Mr. Danders here, you know, he was transparent, and I think because he was speaking to his people and with his people and regarding his people, he was transparent enough to share that with us. Um, I really feel for you to have lost 20 years, and I'm sorry, bro, that you had to go through that. Now,
Sorry,
on
brother. It
the
made me
other,
the man I am today.
yeah, I understand. That's how we push forward despite our shortcomings. I understand. Um,
Seth,
I'm gonna go ahead and get off. That's fine.
no, you know you was dropped. You wasn't getting off. You see, you got dropped, boy. Okay, Seth, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. Again, Seth, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. Guys, be a good sport. Don't say you about to drop once you see you got dropped. Just wait till you get dropped or save your spot. So again, Seth, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save Seth's spot, including Seth, just send anything higher than a money pow pow. And again, stand on business. Don't pretend like you're gonna drop just because you got dropped. Just be a good sport and just get your ass dropped. Okay? It's okay. You could always save your spot if you want. Or anybody else can save Seth's spot. Um, but moving right along, talking,
Yes.
if you could go ahead and answer the prompt.
Why was I muted in the comments?
Mute yourself, D. You come here to argue with me.
I blocked you yesterday, but I will again if I want to.
And you unblocked me. Were we in a relationship? Okay, talking, if you can answer the prompt.
Hey, thanks for having me. So I want to answer the prompt. Do black men and do BOK men enjoy seeing BOK women suffer? Um, I think all men enjoy seeing all women suffer. And the reason that I'm going to
Wait,
give
1 second. D, you been dropped with a money pow pow? Again, D, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save D's spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow and we'll get D back up here. D blocked me and then unblocked me like I was gonna cry. He's so funny. D, if you want to save your spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow. Um, going back to talking, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
So I wanted to expound upon my background that I believe qualifies me to give my answer today. So I started off as an activist. I worked in activism for over 10 years. Then I went into congressional lobbying. So I did a lot of grassroots work actually in the field on the ground. With a lot of different movements. And then I went into lobbying congressional leaders on Capitol Hill for legislation. A lot of that was focused directly in the Black community. Shortly after that, I went into education, where I'm currently a middle school ELA content teacher in a predominantly BOK school district. And so with that being said, my background has put me into a lot of BOK spaces and non-BOK spaces where I could see how we interact. I had agreed with what Malia stated earlier, because the reason why she brought up the YT proximity is because even this prompt in and of itself presents a bit of a YT proximity, because the wording of this prompt, in a way, it uses YT as the standard, because it says, do BOK men enjoy seeing BOK women suffer, as if we are the race that has the only men that enjoy seeing us suffer, even though the entire feminist movement was spearheaded by YT women. This was not even a space for us. I worked in reproductive justice for 4 years, which is the autonomy and the liberation of the BOK body. And the YT feminist space is so gate kept that we are silenced in that feminist space. We don't even have a voice there. So much so that BOK women had to start their own spaces. So when it comes to the feminist movement, make no mistake that we are not even friends. We know at the end of the day that YT women and BOK women are only aligned for numbers. They only came to us in politics like they do for everything else, and that's for the numbers. So the whole do BOK men enjoy seeing BOK women suffer, every man that has a faulty character and doesn't want to see his spouse succeed or wants to be in control is going to want to see her suffer. The beginning of legislation started off as an argument between YT women and YT men that had nothing to do with BOK women and BOK men. We were getting along because we were getting married through slavery. There was nothing that separated us until we stepped foot on American soil. And so that's just how I feel. Does successful BOK women provoke anger in BOK men? Yeah, the BOK men that lack resources and cannot compete, because in the spaces that I've been immersed in, where you see BOK judges, BOK doctors and lawyers and entrepreneurs, they marry each other and they don't have this back and forth problem. What I do see is that there's an insurmountable level of BOK women that continuously open their legs to degeneracy. So there are a certain caliber of men that BOK women, no matter how high they soar, and you can look at the Holly Baileys, you can look at the Naomis, you can look at the Kiki Palmers, all of these women that were in the top of their careers, and they went and they got with men who were operating in degeneracy when they could have had anyone, but they
Talking, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. Again, talking, they said for you to stop talking, and you've been dropped by a money pow pow. If anybody was liking what she was saying, let's get her back up here. Let's let her finish what she was saying. Just send anything higher than a money pow pow, and we'll get her back up here. I actually want to hear more from her. I actually had a couple questions. So if anybody wants to save her spot or talking, if you want to save your spot, you definitely can. I just want to say it's interesting. She said you BLK women are opening up your legs to a lot of degenerate men, but the successful BLK women are marrying successful BLK men. They don't have this issue. Okay. So that's I guess, you know, something said towards the BLK women to keep BLK women accountable. So let's get her back up here if anybody wants to save her spot that agrees with her. Talking. I should have followed her because I feel like she's gonna flee because she doesn't. She seemed like the type that can't handle rejection. Since she got dropped, she gonna be mad. Okay. She also agreed with Mahalani.
Meheolani,
Also,
yeah.
that was
Thank you.
interesting. She agreed with her. Be okay, Betty. You want to chime in? Then we're gonna go to Gur.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the hypocrisy that we saw from the men just prior to here, because she said, "Open your legs up to degeneracy." We literally had a man, even though completely he didn't have to tell us his business at all, was speaking in general. He made it. He decided to center himself unprovoked, and well, maybe provoked, but nobody asked him to center himself, and he decided to tell us his story. But in the middle of that story, we found out that not only was he a felon, but he created a single mom. He impregnated a woman, didn't marry her. The man that's now in the who's no longer here, who's in Get Out's box, constantly comes online trying to tell women that we pick the bad guys, we pick the men who be running the streets, we pick the men who be in jail, we pick men who won't marry us. But then when you see a man in 4K that has done the things that you cry and whine and complain about, oh, we only want those type of men, you start guzzling his D. And I find that very, very interesting. So yeah, I just and it's so interesting how a lot of these men, and that's why I be like, y'all project so much, because the only reason why the man was able to even center himself was because he was projecting when nobody mentioned him in the first place. We were speaking about prisoners in general. So that's what y'all do. Y'all project. And then yeah, I was about to say, but yeah, I'm just gonna end there. I just find that interesting that y'all have so much grace for these men, for the men who y'all like to call Pookies and Ray Rays. Y'all got more grace for him out here committing crimes than you do for the women that are bringing children into this world. And I land there.
Can I respond to that, please?
Wow, 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 wow. Give me a second because we need to go to the new guest and then we'll go back to open panel. Let's
Okay.
get it to 70K so we can go back to open panel. Get out, share the live out. If we share the live out, girl, you can answer the prompt. And no profanity, TikTok friendly language.
Okay, I try my hardest. Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? Yes. Um, Black Betty basically broke it down. She's been breaking it down all day. Shout out to Black Betty. Yeah, they want uh, single moms to be held accountable, but raising the children is being accountable. They want us to be shamed for every uh, bad decision or every mistake, even mistakes that weren't even mistakes on our behalf. We made these babies out of love. Y'all made them out of lies. But yeah, but we can sit up here with, I don't know, possible schmurderers and give grace. To the second one, do successful black women provoke anger in black men? Yes. We see it every time y'all get destroyed in an argument, y'all crashing out,
y'all, we're bitter baby moms, even if we ain't got no kids. And where's your husband? Even the women that are married. It's insane. Like, it's crazy because all these women that keep coming up to say that we're not their enemy aren't addressing how they're abusing us. We make excuses for why they are where they are. Like black women weren't beside them. Like black women weren't slaves. Like black women didn't experience Jim Crow. We've been beside y'all every step of the way, experiencing everything you experience on top of we've been getting raped. Like I really don't get it. Like where do they get all this grace? Are black men the only ones that experience racism, or am I tripping? I'll land there for now.
Wow, groundbreaking to say the least. Let's go to Get Out. If you can answer the first two questions.
Yes, thank you so much for allowing me up or inviting me up. I appreciate it. First two questions. Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? First, I'm going to say I don't like to generalize people, even though sometimes they don't give us that grace. But I'm going to say that there's a lot of different types of black men in the world. Some do, and some don't. The ones that do for a while, y'all, I'm
I
not sure.
can't hear
But
you. You're going in and
the
out. I'm
reasons
gonna come back
are
to you. You got red bars. I'm gonna come back to you. If everyone else can stay on mute. Um, if you could go ahead and answer the prompt.
I sure can. So, do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? I'm going to say definitely yes. I have 3 points on this. The first one is that, and I think someone mentioned it, about mothers, their moms. So they had to grow up seeing their moms trying to make Thanksgiving out of two butts of bread and spam. So they saw their mothers struggling. And how dare you 304s think that you're better than their mom? Why do you think you shouldn't have to struggle? That's kind of their point of view. They want to believe that you'll stick around through the struggle like their mom did, and you'll make things happen from nothing. The three beans and Jack and the Beanstalk kind of thing. The second point on why men like to see women struggle is they're saying, and I want to stop. Okay, stop for a second. Everything that I'm saying is from men's mouth, so this is men facts. You can't deny it, men. You guys have told us this. Um, they're saying that women who ask for nothing deserve the world. We all know they won't. They'll actually find a way to give you less than nothing if you'd ask for nothing. And that's to say that, even if you're in a bad spot and you're struggling, they want you not to ask them for help. They want you to hope that they give you grace and, contribute to, helping you not struggle. But don't you dare, don't you even think about asking them for help if you're struggling. You're supposed to say nothing and hope that they help you. So that's point two. The third reason is if we think about when they tell us about how they don't care about women's degrees, they don't care about how much a woman makes, they want a woman that's working at Home Depot. I think that the average salary, or not even salary, I think it's hourly for Home Depot is like poverty levels. So they want you to have poverty levels so that way that they can come in and rescue you. So that way you can, instead of maybe making $30,000 a year, you can figure out how to spread maybe $40,000 a year amongst three children. Um, and that should look like a upcoming to you, right? You should be happy now, right? That they have a little bit more than you. So if they're struggling, they want to be over you. So you really have to struggle in order for them to do that. So men prefer women who struggle. And I land.
Can I say something to that?
Okay, so that was our last new guest. So we're gonna go to open panel. Let's get it to 70K, but we'll go ahead and do open panel. I already said Dander could go, so let's go Dander, then Mitch, and then panels open.
Thank you very much. To Miss Betty up there, you were speaking on me, and I didn't create what y'all was talking about. I deal with my daughter's mother every day. I'ma never see her hungry. I'ma never see her homeless, and bet not nobody disrespect her. Now, could we be in a relationship? It just didn't work out. It just didn't work out. You know, the reasons why is irrelevant. It wasn't no cheating, wasn't no abuse. It didn't work out. But I never abandoned my daughter. I never abandoned her mother. She called me right now and I'm coming. So like I said, not all black men are like that. And I just wanted to correct that because I didn't create anything. Actually, I'm creating a beautiful child. That's what I'm doing. That's going to be a remarkable woman one day.
So I'll say this, my brother, Dandrid, I think. First of all, I just want to say I appreciate your perseverance after doing time in prison and coming out and getting yourself together and move forward as a man. Ain't no woman up here gonna tell you that. Okay. The other thing is, I think it was if we be dud or something like that. I I want to ask not a question, but I think she said that boys, and I might be wrong, that boys like to see their mothers struggling.
That's not what she said.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure because I had a single mother and she did struggle. And one thing I learned from her is what a woman that's how she can go get it and stand on her own 2 feet.
Mighty, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. Again, Mighty, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save Mighty's spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow, and we'll get him back up here. Panels open.
So I like to go
The
next.
panel,
Sorry,
panel.
I had to throw that
If you
out there.
guys
I said
do
it
that,
first,
I'm
but here
not
we
gonna
are.
call on you because it's actually interrupting me.
Still going in and out.
I'm always gonna call on somebody for open panel.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
you can just join the open panel. The person that was talking, okay, she dropped herself. Milani, let's get
Yeah.
started with Milani. The panel's
Okay.
open.
Okay. So yeah, I find it really, really, really interesting that we are talking about the prompt says, do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? Or does black success for women promote anger in black men? And it just is so interesting to me. Like, I feel personally like these conversations can be beneficial, but they can also be so detrimental because, like one of the other sisters said that came up here, is generalizing really doesn't solve issues in our personal day to day life. It really causes more detriment in my perspective, because now you're in a space of generalizing based upon one or two or three or 10 men, when at the end of the day, who you are as a woman and what you accept as a woman determines what kind of man you deal with. So I can't speak to men or for men or anything like that, but as a woman, I personally feel like when you focus on yourself and you know what boundaries you have and you know what standards you have, you don't have to worry.
Milani, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. Again, Milani, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save Milani's spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow. And remember, no comments on drops, you guys. You'll be muted in the comments if you go ahead and make comments on drops. And some of the main people that's regulars will still make comments on drops just to go on mute, like Mighty Mitch. So again, no comments on drops. If anybody wants to save her spot, just send anything higher. So she said, don't generalize. Only about 5 or 10 black men want to see you suffer. About 5 or 10. That was interesting. Red, share the live out to 20 people. You'll be next. But for now, we'll continue open panel. We'll get open panel started with Gur.
Come back to me, matter of fact.
We'll get open panel started with Dander.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, I'd like to ask a question. And a lot
The
of people,
Cash App and support the platform if you're going to do questionnaires.
oh, say that again, ma'am.
You got to support the platform with $5 if you're going to do questionnaires. The Cash App is inside the comment section. Um, let's get open panel started with BOK Betty.
When it comes to generalizing, I it's called being logical. We speak in generals because I don't know any of y'all. I don't live close to any of y'all. Y'all are not in my circle. So therefore we talk in generalizations. I think any logical person understands that it's not all. And whenever somebody has a valid point to make and you can't argue the point, you always want to come down from the it's not all men nation, and tell us that don't generalize. And the funny part is, every single time a lot of y'all say don't generalize, we be talking about y'all, and you don't even know. We don't even know we be talking about y'all until you get so mad, right? Because you over here trying to play super Saban ninja, that we finally realize that the reason why you over here talking about don't generalize is because you are the person we talking about.
I think you really toxic
And next.
and angry.
Go to
Okay, we
jail
got to
though.
let her land. Send a money pow to drop her. We got to let people land.
I don't
And
think
no,
she the
I land, but
last.
look, that's just a perfect example of projection. He projecting again because he
All
knows
right. You
that
ain't go
I'm
to
just saying,
jail.
I'm listening to you.
that was out
It's
here.
like you have no
That was out here.
accountability.
We
It's
were
like,
talking. Nobody asked you about your personal experience, and then we
but you
found
kept
out
speaking
that we
about,
were
I feel
talking about
passionate
you.
about people that go to
Let's
prison and
let
come
her
home and get
land.
themselves together.
Everybody, let people land and then you can rebut
And
them.
let him get it out because we were talking about him, and he proved it, and now he mad. Go ahead, sir.
I'm not mad at all because I can intellectually defend myself. Okay, I can intellectually defend myself on any topic. So I'm not mad. Okay, animals get mad. All right. What I'm saying to you is listening to you. You
Animals are
just sound
also
super
people.
negative. You sound negative about everything. Like you've said nothing positive since I've been on this live. But you won't look at that. But you can see
And that
everybody
I should
else's
talk
flaw.
about a
Let's let
20-year
him
felon who
land, you
created a
guys.
single
You guys
mom.
aren't letting
I
people
never
land.
created a single mom. I'm with my baby mom every day. Even though we're not together, I'm intricate in her life. I will never see nothing happen to that woman. And I
That's
want her
a
to succeed.
that's a single mom, sir.
Okay, I'm
You
gonna
can
mute
call it what you
people
want,
that
right?
is okay. I
But she
don't.
got a man
Okay,
that she can call on at any
listen.
given.
This so that people don't start talking over each other and we can hear people clearly on what they're trying to say. Please allow them to land. So if you're the one talking, say that you land your plane or mute your mic when you're done, and then anybody can respond or rebut what they're saying. Welcome up, Navi. We'll get you in a moment. Let's get it to 70K, you guys, so we can stay open panel. Dander, go ahead.
I'm very passionate about dudes coming home because we can make it out here, bro. Like I never saw the logic that I see now back then when I was giving people loyalty that was unworthy of it. When people just used my heart to go do certain things. But now that I'm out here and I see, yo, it's so easy for us to make it out here. We gotta drive. All you gotta do is harness it. I promote that. I support that. I'm in my community with other little youngins, guiding them, talking to them, teaching them. Like I'm out here trying to make a difference. It's hard to unring a bell and you practically can't, but I'm gonna do my best. I can look myself in the mirror every day and be cool with the dude I see. And as far as, my daughter's mother's concerned, she got a man she can call on at any time. So she's not single in that regard. So I'm gonna land my plane right there, right? But like I said, bring some positivity to the lives. Stop being negative about everything.
I bet you she'd rather be a married mother than to just be able to call on some ex-con. I mean, I don't think it's anybody's dream to say, I was impregnated by some dude that just came home for 20.
If that ain't a white tee mentality,
Can I finish?
sure, I'm gonna shut up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want you to crash out and end up back locked up. Um, I am. I am. But anyways, I bet you, like when she's talking about it, it doesn't sound as you're romanticizing the hell out of it. Like, I'm sure she's not, yeah, girl, this dude did 20. I gave him a chance. And he made me a single mom. But whenever stuff goes down, I could call this ex-con because he put that work in, he ready to go back. Like, you sound crazy.
I'm actually
It
educated.
just goes to
Wow,
show
that was
like that.
groundbreaking.
You see,
This
you
just
call me
goes
out
to
my
show
name. You gonna
that.
keep calling me an
Wait,
ex-con, right?
Daniel, please, come on. Um, the thing is that when your baby mama gets online and people are talking about how terrible of a person she is, she's suffering internally because you didn't decide to actually, you know, make an honest woman out of her. And you are specifically letting your baby mom suffer because there's no commitment. Someone's going to imagine someone telling her this, like her online telling the story about how, she became a baby mom from a felon. They're going to ridicule her. She's going to, completely regret having your child.
Mm.
You can marry her, figure it out. If you're going to be willing to give all this to her, you gave her a baby. That's forever. That's going to be your child forever. But you didn't want to marry her? Like, I mean, like, I think that if you're in prison that long, you can like sit down and have a commitment to the jail sentence that you have. You can have a sentence to the woman that you impregnated.
Um, I
So
mean,
your daughter won't follow her footsteps.
She's not.
She will.
Okay,
She's
wait,
going
wait. We
to.
gotta still wait people land their plane or mute their mic.
Can I respond to that?
Panel's open.
Listen, yo, everybody want to keep talking about ex felon this, ex felon that, right? Like that's. I mean, the way y'all talk about it, right? It sounds like I'm talking to a bunch of white tea people, right, at the parole board or something, right? But it's okay. I'm cool with it, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm almost certain a lot of y'all on here, I make more money than, right? I'm almost certain a lot of y'all on here, I got more skills than. Okay.
Let's
What
let
kind of
him
skills do I
land.
have? What kind of skills do I have?
All right.
I could do almost anything.
Let's allow people to land. Let's stop doing the unmuting and do two worders. Let's stop. That drags down the conversation and becomes a little two worder back and forth. So please stop. Navi, welcome up. If you can answer the prompt.
Uh, how's everybody doing? Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? That's a pretty loaded question, but you have a group of us that do not even consider black women human, so watching us suffer is kind of is a no brainer for them. It's kind of like they don't really give a damn. And then you have some who purposely wants to see black women suffer. They do things and they say things to trigger traumas in their lives, just so that they can see that suffering because they've been socially engineered to believe that this is their purpose. This is what patriarchy is. This is what being a man is, to shame her and to make her suffer and to force her to submit and to force her to take accountability, which accountability is just another word for taking the blame. So yeah, we definitely have a bunch of black men who would love to see it. You hear them on the panels. They say some of the most egregious things just to get the trauma response from black women. They'll discount or invalidate their claims of being essayed or grape or being cheated on, or how relationships really ain't working and how marriage is a farce. And we do it not because we don't believe it, because most of us don't want to get married either. We talk a lot of stuff about getting married, but we really not trying to get married. It's a lie. But we'll come in here and say some things because we want to see that trauma response. And does successful black women provoke anger? Oh yeah, hell yeah. Oh God, a degree will make a man crash out faster. Woo. Yeah, a woman with her own money, her own bank account, her own house, a degree will invalidate all of those things while at the same time complaining about how women don't want us to leave, how they don't respect our contributions. As you don't want to provide and a protector. Yeah, we definitely gets pretty pissed off when we see a black woman being successful and proud in her accomplishments. Everybody else, all the other women can scream loud and stand up with their chest out, telling the world about their accomplishments without being modest about it. But we expect our women to be modest and silent in our land.
All right, groundbreaking to say the least. New guests, Yanni and Ariana and Cha Cha will be with you in a moment once you share the live out to 20 people. Let's get open panel for the people that were already here. Oh, yeah, and Red, share the live out to 20 people. We'll get you in also. So, Red, Yana, and Cha Cha. Dander, if you could start off open panel. And Jasmine, you could come back up and stop being in your feelings. It was open panel. You could have got in.
I ain't really got too much to say. I'm listening now. But I made the point
You
that I really
eating,
want.
that's why. Okay, I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Navi, did you find anything interesting that you heard on the panel?
I mean, I did. I did. First, I want to say I give much respect to any black man that's able to go into the penal system and come out and make better for himself. Much respect to you, because a lot of my brothers aren't able to do it. They're stuck in the quagmire of being institutionalized. So if you are such type of black man that you did not allow the system to institutionalize you, absolutely you get props. But at the same time, being a baby mama, being a baby mama is not a badge of honor according to black men who consider themselves alphas, black men who say they high value. I've never seen Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor, Black Guru, Cartel, anybody else on this app that demands marriage from women, allows us being a single mother, regardless of if the man is taking care of her or is in his kid's life, as a badge of honor. It's not a badge of honor. Now, if we're talking about on the other side of this coin, we're talking about women who believe that whether she's a single mother or married, she's still a valuable human being. Yes, but we can't talk about traditional values and providing and protecting while at the same time not closing the deal on turning her, making her your wife. It's really not a badge of honor. Actually, you put your child's mother in a position where she can be disrespected by other men. I think most women will not disrespect your kid's mom. I think they're just pointing out the inconsistencies in your message. But if there were no inconsistencies in your message, more than likely they would form a ring of protection around her to protect her from the disrespect that other men may levy on her because she is a single mother. So I don't want the brother to feel. I want him to understand where they're coming from. If you're going to levy patriarchy on the shoulders of women while at the same time not practicing it in your own life, it tends to sound hypocritical. It doesn't seem like you're being consistent in your message, like you're telling women that they need to have these type of standards, they need to do this, they need to do that, they need to submit, but at the same time you're not providing the same thing in your own personal life with the woman that you clearly I hear the passion in your voice. You clearly have feelings for this woman and you will protect her with your life. I hope you don't do it to where you go back. But I hope I'm making sense to you, brother. That
You making sense to me, brother. You making sense to me.
yeah, the
But can I respond?
inconsistency
I
is the
just want
reason.
I
Hold on.
just
I'm
want
about to
go ahead, go
land.
ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on, I'm about to land. So my point is that I'm not gonna tell you you need to run off and marry her, because that's not my position. But again, because single mothers in the black community are tend to be disrespected and labeled as a blight on the community, and we need to do something about them like there's some type of plague or disease. It's kind of hypocritical to, to be like, this is what we need in the community while you're not providing that same need in our land.
I understand that you gave me a little clear understanding of what you was, of the message, right? But at the end of the day, like I'm not gonna really get into all my daughter's mom's business, right? But at the end of the day, it's if you marry someone, would you marry someone? I'm not gonna say I love her, but would you marry someone that you feel like it's gonna end? It's somewhere along the line it's gonna be a divorce. Meaning, like to say, I have a very aggressive daughter, baby mama. When I mean aggressive, and I don't think y'all really understand what I'm saying. Like, I go get her before I go get my homies, right? And I only know how to respond to that type of aggression one way, right? And this is why me and her amicably parted ways as far as the relationship is concerned, right? But I make my presence known around her every day, right? Because I didn't want to be the prototypical so-called baby daddy that only wanted. I'm so much of a thorough father. I've never been on child support, ever. Because I'm hands-on with it all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not perfect. I don't have the ideal life that, or this magical thing going on. No, I'm improvising along the way, but I'm trying to be a better man, right? And I'm just trying to be present. When a lot of men ain't, I think I was coming out, I'm going to generalize that. When some men ain't, but I'm going to be present for her and that child every day. And that's all I'm trying to say. I ain't perfect.
And I
Now,
respect that, brother. I
Navi, I
do.
wanted to say this to you, Navi. I think that you are an excellent author and a talented author and an amazing publisher, and you've given so many people great jobs. And I bring this up because Danders said that I don't have anything positive to say. And the reason why I don't have anything positive to say is because none of the men on the panel gave me any reason to say anything positive about anything.
Bitch
Like
ass
you
up.
want me, you want me to support. You want me to
Tam, you
support you being
cannot
an ex.
wait. Hold on, Bill. Okay, Betty. Tam, you cannot come up here cursing people out, and you need to share the live out. Go ahead, Bill.
You
Okay.
want you want me to come up here and support you having a felony. I don't give men grace when the men don't give the woman grace. The reason why we keep on bringing up you not marrying the mother of your child is because when the single mothers come up on this app, the first thing that the men do is say that we keep on finding men like you who be running the streets and creating children with men who do not marry us. And I
Black
wasn't even,
women who got
and I
something to
wasn't,
say.
Are you
and
wifey
I wasn't
material?
even neglecting, and I wasn't even directing, even though I use you as an example and you got upset because it's a hard thing to hear. But my message was to Mitch and my message was to D because when you're not on the panel, they drag men like you. They say that you don't deserve love, and we keep on looking for men like you. No matter
Really?
how, it doesn't matter if you take care of your kids or not. If that woman, if they find out that that woman's a single mom by an ex felon, she's going to get dragged to hell. It don't matter if you in her life every single day. That's what happens to the woman on this app. They don't care. They don't care about her past. They don't care that she's doing better. They don't care about any of that. But then when you see a felon that comes online that maybe has had no sexual discipline, that's been out in the streets, that has that has a woman who he did not marry, who had kids with, they have nothing to say because they're scared of men, but they don't have no problem dragging women. And that was my point. I don't have anything positive to say because there was nothing said on this live in which I felt like needed to be sought out as positivity. All the men have done since they have been here was try to blame single mothers for the way that men are acting today. So what do I have to be positive about?
Well,
Nothing.
I wasn't here for that part of the conversation.
Okay, wait 1 second. We got to get other people in. Um, Red, if you can answer the prompt, and then we'll go to Cha Cha, and then Charles, and then open panel. Are you there?
I'm here. Yep. I took me a second to come off mute. So, to answer the first question, do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? Um, Generally, I'm gonna be cautious and say that I don't think black men like across the board enjoy seeing black women suffer, but I will say that far too many of them do. Far too many of them thrive on being cruel. And, I like to say in my real life, if there's even one man or if there's even one black man doing that, it's one too many. So it's it's far too many for me to just like dismiss that this is a problem. And I do think that, far too many black men do thrive off of, seeing women suffer and being cruel to them. And it makes me sad. The second question, does successful black women provoke anger in black men? Absolutely, 100%. Um, and it doesn't even have to be like overt anger, even though that is also very, very prevalent both online and in real life. But not only does it provoke anger, but it also provokes jealousy and deep seated, we'll say, discomfort in men internally, right? In the form of jokes, we say, oh, you wasted tens of thousands of dollars in student loans to get that degree, so it don't mean nothing. We mock, we get angry, we joke, we essentially shame black women for being more successful and for having a higher income and for, having a home and having a career and not just a job. And that I do have to say is incredibly prevalent to the point where in that case I don't mind black women saying all men, because too many of us do get angry at women for being more successful than us, and that's our problem, it's not theirs.
Yeah.
I want to respond to Danger. Um, when Black Betty
I
was
wait, hold on
explaining to
one
you.
second, Navi. I had already said the order, but I'm just gonna let those people get skipped. I said Cha Cha and then Charles, and then it was just quiet. So Navi, go ahead, and then we'll go to open panel.
I won't be long. I will say again, Dander, what Black Betty was pointing out to you is absolutely true. If you were on a panel with lesser men, oh, there's one that just came up. They will most definitely disrespect you and your child's mother. They consider ex-cons and men who had records and stuff. They call you Pookies and Ray Rays. I had a huge blow up with a bunch of dudes on this panel, and I said that calling a man a Pookie and a Ray Ray is definitely white supremacy and blackface. And they told me they didn't care. Right now, they wouldn't call you that in your face. We know how people roll, but this is the type of disrespect that will be levied on you. And like I said, I don't know you personally, so I don't know if everything that you're saying to us online is actually true, or if you actually holding it down for you and your kid's mom and you love her, but you feel like the marriage will possibly end. Brother, let me say something to you, man. Relationships end. Sometimes a person is in your life for a reason or a season. You cannot allow fear of a relationship ending prevent you from experiencing happiness. A lot of times with relationships, we look at the destination and we are not enjoying the journey. As men, as black men, we have to stop to smell the fucking roses. It's one of the reasons why our relationships, even our friendships with other men, end, because we're always focused at the destination. The destination is till unalivement do us part, marriage, smacks, and we're not enjoying the journey of getting to know this individual. So every relationship that never reached that destination, it appears to be a failure. But everything that you experience in life is a lesson, and it is up to you to how to internalize that lesson. It is a lesson that makes you better, or is it going to be a lesson that's going to cause you to fall into yourself and become a lesser version of who you are before you met that person, before you entered into that friendship? As men, we need to learn how to also enjoy the journey of getting to know this person. Every time you make love, every time you go out on a date, every time you have a good conversation, when you laugh. So in the fact that if that relationship ends, you have more good memories than bad. Because right now it all seems a failure because it didn't last forever. Hey man, people unalive before you get to the unalivement do you part. Things happen, people change. So what do you do? Do you just sit back and I mean she could be the woman that she had your child. Hey, you never know. But as long as you're afraid, you'll never know. And you'll carry that fear to every relationship that you have, including friendships. Including friendships. Just I can't tell you to marry her because I don't know your child's mama. But you can't let fear hold you back from because you feel like you know it's going to end. You allow her to have your kid and she gonna be y'all gonna be locked in. I mean, that's the human being that's more than likely raising your children. That's the first teacher of your child and all of those things. So if she's good enough for that, you might wanna, you know, consider it. But again, I don't know her personally, so she might have some things that you don't want to have her business out on Pootie Tang's internet, and I feel you because privacy is power. But just don't let fear hold you back from establishing something that could change your life for the better.
My bad, y'all. I'm there. Do black men enjoy seeing BLK women suffer? It's a large population of them that do, especially the ones that still hurt about the girl that didn't choose them. If she ain't with me, and the old boy do her bad, then that's just too bad. That's what she get. I hope she has 7 kids and he leave and neglect all of them. It's too many men sit up and wish bad on women and have too much energy for women that they never have for men. They don't want to beef with the men. They want to abuse the women, and it's sad. Do successful BLK women provoke anger in black men? They're haters. So it's too many men that sit up and hate on women, and it's disrespectful and it's a disservice to our ancestors that fought and paved the way for us to be able to have the rights to go to school and go to work. You'll have men sit up on this app and say, oh, well, women are too masculine. Well, how are they masculine? They get up and they go work jobs and they go to school and get an education. How is that masculine? That's crazy. Our grandparents, like a lot of us, our grandparents fought in for our civil rights. They fought for women to have the right to be able to provide for themselves if need be. And it's sad because a lot of our families raised us to go to school and get a career and get married and have families and stuff like that. But it's too many men out here that have just angered and upset and just hurt in their feelings about women's having rights, period. They don't like the fact that women have rights. And instead of them just coming out saying that they want us to be second class citizens, they use other forms of hating.
Under my plan earlier too. So
Or G, one of y'all can go.
Okay, I would like to preface it by saying, do weak black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? They do that because of the pain that they have, and a lot of times when you have pain, sometimes the lady you have a child with can help you through that pain. If you turn to her and don't try to play the, well, I gotta be in control. The same thing when a woman be successful. They feel like they're being left out instead of being a man and promoting her. We got to do better than that because children, there's children involved. You can't run away when the child is 2 years old and come back when the child is 18. Say, oh, this my daughter, this my son. I'm so proud. The child gonna look at you and say, where you at when I was 3? Where you at when I was 4? So we gotta step up, and I think weak black men enjoy seeing women suffer because they have suffered, and they're trying to hide their suffering. They take it out on somebody who they think is weaker than them, when she's really not, because the child's gonna cling to her. If the man run away, the child is gonna cling to mom. So I'm a product, and I hate to see society say a woman, a black woman, cannot raise a black child. That's a lie. My mother raised me, and she taught me to be the man that she was always looking for, even though he was not. My dad was not successful, and we had to bury my dad later on when I came home out of the Air Force. So I love her for that, and keep on pushing. We just got to do better as a male and female together, and we'll be stronger. Thank you.
Arthur, I heard you, brother. Thank you.
I say something?
Who?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
was it my turn? Okay. Do BLK men enjoy singing BLK women suffer? Not as a collective, no. I think a lot of men, or actually people in general, like if you don't do what they say, they want to see you suffer. If you make bad decisions, they're gonna make you. They're going to want to see you suffer, right? If you do make decisions that don't benefit them or may hurt them, they may want to see you suffer. So I'll look at it in that context. But as a collective, no, BOK men don't enjoy seeing BOK women suffer. Does successful BLK women provoke anger in BLK men? Absolutely not. Um, when we hear all the BLK women, they're getting their degrees, they're making the most money, they have the most home ownership. It is not that you guys are successful, though, right? It's using that a lot of times to hide trauma, to hide disappointment over things, because most of those women who are talking, who rely on their degrees, right? Usually they're single, and it's not their degrees that why they're single. They're just insufferable to deal with. That's all there is to it. So no, the average BLK man does not want to see. Uh, the average BLK man does not enjoy seeing BLK women suffer, right? Just some women out there have used their success um, to hide, or I guess masquerade, a lot of their flaws, and many of us see that, and we call it out. I
Uh,
will yield there.
okay, Charles, are you there? I think you were skipped because you didn't share the live out.
I completed what I had to say. Yes.
Okay, I missed that. All right, let's go back to open panel.
Gee,
Let me just say
I
this
have
real
a
quick.
question.
I'm in
Hold on,
between,
G.
so let me just say this real quick.
Okay,
Watch out for questions.
And,
you're right.
and
You're right.
yeah, and it includes the I will never submit to a man. Men are not leaders. I would never let a man lead me. First of all, when it comes to submission, man, real men, or I'll say real leaders who are men, should never have to ask for submission, right? It's just something that is natural. that women do that men do, right? And to the second prop, right? Um, the thing is, the women will say, uh, I won't submit to a man, or I can lead myself, even in no relationship. Here's the thing, right? If a man can lead you to a bedroom, right? If you will submit to a man in the bedroom, you should have no other problem allowing him to lead you anywhere else, right? That's the most important organ in your body, right? So if he's able to lead you to that bedroom or the back of the seat, you should have no other problem letting him lead you anywhere else in your life.
That's
I
flawed.
mean,
That way of thinking is flawed, bro. What if the man? Listen, here's what I mean by it's flawed. What if it's something that she can do that you can? What if it's something she can do better than you? See, we have a problem with subordinating ourselves to other people that can do things better than us, whether it be a man or a woman.
what are you talking
In
about?
your relationship, if your wife can do something better than you, then it's her turn to take the lead.
Wait, what do you mean? Give me an example.
You're saying that if you let him take the lead in the bedroom, that's one thing. But in real life, there's certain things that you're.
Cash App for questions, you guys. It's only $5. If you ask a question, you're gonna get skipped. If you answer a question, you're gonna get skipped. Let's try to rebut without the Cash App. If you're not, if you can't send the $5. Cha Cha, I believe you didn't answer the prompt. I didn't hear you. Did you answer the prompt?
I did.
Okay, that's fine.
I did.
Let's get panel back started with Tony. Open panel.
Okay. So, with that being said, what I just want to say briefly is that if
Wait,
you're
wait,
not
wait.
sure,
Tony, before you go, G, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. Again, G, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save G's spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow. Let's get open panel back started with D. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Tony. I think I called you D.
it's fine. It's fine. It's actually too bad you was dropped because, but it's okay.
No comments on drops because if it was too bad, you could have saved the spot. Go ahead and continue what you were saying.
Okay. So what I wanted to say was, the only thing that you need to see to understand that black men are provoked, genuinely provoked to anger by the success of black women. The only thing you need to see are the various movements within the red pill and the passport bro community to understand that this anger is very real because it has gotten so prevalent for the collective of black men to say that black women are too independent, right? It's gotten so easy for us to say that they've created entire movements to declare themselves to be free from American black women in particular. And they decide to take we'll say, their anger and their hurt out on other people outside of the American black community and take themselves international. And it always ends up in disaster. There are entire movements surrounded, there are entire subcultures, both on the internet and in real life, that are, we'll say, inspired or provoked by black women's success. So nobody's going to be able to gaslight me to say that this is not real. And I'll land my plane.
Okay, 1 second. G's spot was saved with the galaxy, so if you want to drop G, it has to be higher than the galaxy. Let's continue open panel with Charles.
On open panel.
Okay,
So,
1 second. I want to see if Charles is there.
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead and chime in. Then it's open panel.
You know, one thing I want to say is that we should be promoting a person who's successful and not trying to bring them
Did you
down.
ever answer the prompt?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, go ahead. Continue what you're saying.
The one thing we have to do, we have to stop being the crab and just be the and push out, and they will reach back and pull us out when we need the help. Because there's no reason for both of us to be in the box. We should try to promote each other and be grateful for their success.
Panel's open.
Just speak on what G said. Because now I'm projecting. I'm one of the women that he talks about that just don't believe in submission. I just don't. Webster Dictionary says yield to a higher authority. My husband is not my higher authority. He is my partner. I do not submit in the bedroom. We cooperate in the bedroom, i.e., Webster's dictionary says cooperation is to work together towards the same end, and we are working towards a big O in the bedroom. We are definitely working together towards that same end. So we cooperate. We do not submit in the bedroom. Okay, so I'm not against submission. Submission, if that's what you do, great. I don't argue against it, but I just wholeheartedly like it works for some people and it don't work for others, and I don't submit. And I'm not going to change the definition of submission to fit your narrative, and I'm not going to change the word cooperative into submission to fit your narrative. Now, if you want a cooperative woman, there are women who are cooperative. But if you want a woman who thinks you are her higher authority, then there's just some women who don't agree with that and aren't going to do it and aren't going to ever agree with it. And that's okay too. Go find yourself a submissive woman.
Mission is just like being agreeable and cooperating. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's not what the definition says. Um,
I should say. In regards to
Yielding to a higher
Okay,
authority.
so we're gonna skip you guys. You're asking
and we're
questions and answering questions without Cindy and Cash App. Dander, go ahead and chime in. Oh well, can we get the likes up to 150K? The likes are moving kind of slow.
All right.
Dander,
Well,
go
listen.
ahead.
Well, host, I just wanted to let you know I followed you. But I want to say one last thing before I leave. People change, right? You need to learn how to
Okay,
get.
I have to drop you. I appreciate the follow. When you guys do announcement that you're going to drop, we just drop you because then we have to assume that you're going to say something triggering for people can't respond. That's why you're gonna just say, "Hey, I'm about to drop," but let me say this: we're here for a conversation. If you're not able to entertain a conversation anymore, then you would just drop or allow me or the mods to drop you. Tony, share the live out to 20 people and we'll get to you next. G, go ahead and get open panel started.
oh no, I think GRR was what said submission is.
Okay, I just said don't address that because it was a cash app question. Are you silly or dumb? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like if I literally just said that's what I don't want you to do because that's not how I run my panel. Why would you just continue to do it anyway? Tony's, could you go ahead and answer the prompt?
Sure. Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? I would say no, they don't. Um, I I don't even know where that comes from. Um, the does successful black women provoke anger in black men? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Um, I was listening to the guy talk before I came up, and I kind of came up to address him. Um, Black men are not in any way jealous of black women. Black men just, oh God, you know what? Black men simply adhere to an order. They believe in a structure and an order of things. I'm one of them. Um, and that order just comes from God. And that is, man is the head of his house, woman is over the children, and it's just a matter of respecting leadership. But this community has difficulty with that. Everybody's BLK woman competes with her man for the power that God has given to him, and it has nothing to do with master slave. That's just the order of things, and he's not asking her to submit to him. He's just asking her to respect his position. So all this patriarch, feminism kind of destroyed that. Um, but I just want to say, if you're a God fearing person and you adhere to what the Lord tells you to do, you understand that it's a spiritual order. It's got nothing to do with economics. It's got nothing to do with power. It has to do with your God given position, and you're expected to honor that just as a child is expected to honor their parents. And there is no amount of questions or challenges that changes that. We all have to live in the position that God gave us, whether we like it or not. And I'm going to land there.
Wow. Before anybody addresses that, Nino, share the live up to 20 people. You just came up. G, you've been dropped by a crown. Again, G, you have been dropped by a crown. That is higher than the galaxy you sent. So if anybody wants to save G's spot, including G, you have to send something higher than a crystal crown. Again, you've been dropped with a crystal crown. Um, let's get open panel started with Navi.
Uh, who was that? That was whoever just spoke. Yeah, like I said earlier, a lot of times this conversation about submission is always deeply rooted in Abrahamic religion. It's always deeply rooted in the same religion that was used to keep us enslaved, right? Keep black men docile, keep black men submissive to the oppressor, right? You know what I'm saying? Be mindful of your masters. So it makes sense that men who subscribe to the same religion that kept us enslaved would also want the same behavior patterns from our women, because without a strong woman, just like Brother Malcolm said in the 1960s, without a strong woman, without a group of women that are highly educated and strong and independent, he used those exact words, a nation will fail. How educated a nation's women are can determine the future of that nation. Here we are, 300 years in arrears of education and advancement, and we're still talking about submission and cooking and cleaning and in the natural order of things. We are not a traditional people. We've never been a traditional people. I don't even know why we keep trying to levy traditional values on black people when it's never been our culture. We are the descendants of slaves. Black women have never been able to experience the safety and calm of being able to sit at home and fry chicken and fold towels. They've always been on the front line. As a matter of fact, this country made it illegal for black women to not even not work.
No
They couldn't
comments
just
on
be
drop if you're not
housewives.
the gifter. Sorry, Navi.
They couldn't be no problem. They couldn't be housewives. They had to, whether they was a housewife and it was out there making money. The black women were the ones that was mostly riding the bus that made the bus boycott in Montgomery even move. Again, some of you want this, right? Some of you, the average salary of black men in America right now is 52K. Right? Now everybody on Pootie Tang's internet is six figures, but we know that's a lie. But the average salary within the black community for black men is 52K. For black women is about 50, which means that you cannot take care, you cannot provide and protect by yourself. You actually need an educated woman. It says that when a man marries an educated, accomplished woman, the income of that family doubles. And your family likelihood of being in the six-figure earning potential jumps up to near 30%. But when it's just you, it's less than 8%. Within the black community, it's even less than that. We're talking about 3 to 2.5%. These are the numbers, these are the realities, but we keep trying to get our women and other men to live a reality that is not reality. It's weird to hear this. And it's like y'all reading from the same script. It's like they passed out the same piece of paper and y'all read the same thing. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter what the subject matter is. The subject matter could be about a comet, about to hit the earth, we're gonna start talking about single mothers, we're gonna start talking about submission, we're gonna start talking about hair weave, lashes, and nails, we're gonna start talking about all of it. It's just crazy how we want our women to turn back all of their advancements while other women around the world are following black women's example. They want to be the most educated, just like our women. They want to be the most sought after. They want to be the most progressive, just like our women. But y'all keep talking about marriage, but then the brother was just up here talking about how marrying his kid's mom was a terrifying thing because he's afraid it's gonna end. And I hear y'all complaining about she gonna get half. And 98% of you ain't don't make enough money for somebody to even get half. It's I'm gonna land with this because I know it's coming. But I deal in realities. I do not deal into religious dogma. Religious dogma is one of the reasons why our hands are tied behind our backs and black men are kneeling before the oppressor, asking him for more.
Groundbreaking to say the least.
Can I
Back
respond?
with hold on. Back hold your response. Back with new content. Share the live out to 20 people. You'll be next. Nino, still waiting for you to share the live out with 20 people. Are you there? Nino, are you there?
Yeah, I shared it a bit. I shared it.
Okay, go ahead and
Yeah.
answer the prompt, and then you can respond to anyone on the panel.
Uh,
And then we'll go to open panel.
do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? Yes. Does successful black women provoke anger in black men? Yes. Yeah.
Please
So,
expound.
well, I mean, I think that to answer the first question, do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? It's yes, because black women are extremely egotistical a lot of times in general, right? So I don't need the all police, right? But in general, black women are extremely egotistical. In general, they have entitled attitudes. They have abrasive attitudes. They're fairly masculine a lot of times. So anytime there's someone like that and we see them, it doesn't even have to be women. It just be people in general. If somebody's nasty to you, when things go wrong, you're going to kind of be happy about that. You're like, man, that dude or that woman was an a-hole anyway. So yeah, that's why I say that. It has nothing to do with the fact that black women are doing certain things that are successful. It's just the attitude.
Nino, you've been dropped with the money pow pow. Again, Nino, you have been dropped with the money pow pow. If anybody wants to save Nino's spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow, and we'll get him back up here. That was very interesting that he was so brutally honest by saying yes to both. I would like to hear him more. Nino, if you want to get your spot back, just send anything higher than a money pow pow, and we'll definitely get you back up here. Um, Back with, if you could answer the prompt.
Um,
Why didn't you share the live out yet?
oh, I'm sorry that the conversation was kind of interesting. I just kind of jumped in. Wanted to
Okay,
actually want
well,
to
we'll
address
just have
Parker.
you wait longer then.
No,
Thank you.
I just leave. Yeah.
Bye. I'll drop you. Tony, if you could go ahead and get open panel started.
Yeah. I don't think that black men enjoy seeing black women suffer. I think that black men enjoy seeing black women being held accountable. And I think that that accountability is interpreted as liking to see them suffer. And that's not it at all. Black women are just not accountable for many things that they do. When you're in a leadership position, like being the head of the black family, the BLK family, you have to take accountability for the condition of the children. You have to take accountability for the condition of of the family. If black boys are reading at a third grade or lower level, and you're the head of the family, well, you're accountable for that. If black girls are having babies by different men, well, you're accountable for that. Um, you're the head, you're the leader. You don't need black male leadership. The black man has not been in charge of the black community really since the '60s, since they started the process of really getting him out of the home. So, if you don't need a man, and also you have to look at the fact that if you're being if there's like predators coming into the house, if there's all different types of things going on, and you also don't need protection because one of the things that comes with respecting leadership is the protection of that leader. So I just think the whole thing is crazy to me, but it's like saying most nations are headed by men. There's a sort of a general women sort of operate under the leadership of manhood. And that's just how the world works. So I do not understand how education or anything changes um, to make a BLK woman kind of outside of that leadership. Nations are under the leadership of men. Houses and communities are under the leadership of most men. Our community is kind of the only community that functions with this idea that we're so different that we don't need male leadership, that we can operate outside of the hierarchy that God set up. But it's not working so far. And I think that if we continue down this path, we'll just destroy ourselves. I really do believe that. Our boys are already in trouble, and so are our girls.
I
I'm
agree, Tony.
there.
I agree with everything. But I just want to say this. I don't think. Here's the thing. I don't think the BLK woman has been under the leadership of the BLK man since the transatlantic slave trade, not just the '60s, which is weird to me. And I always talk about this because so the women in our community haven't been under control of under the leadership of the BLK man since we immigrated. I want since we came over to this country, right? So why are you joining all these fundamentalist movements or feminism, right? Which is a white tea movement, right? That was the white tea woman's frustration and anger with her men. Why are you joining that, right? Why are you joining that? You haven't been under the control of the BLK man in
Yeah,
500
question.
years. Why are you? Why? I mean, this
How
rhetorical.
many times
So
she
what
got
do
to
you?
tell you to stop asking questions?
Yeah,
Please.
we
What?
don't allow rhetorical questions. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You
Can you
can't get
gather
liberal.
back and continue? We're gonna come back to you, G. We'll give you a minute to get it together. Ocean, thank you for sharing the live out. If you can answer the prompt and then get out, answer the prompt, and then we'll go back to open panel.
Hey everybody. Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? Absolutely. Do successful black women provoke anger in black men? Yes, absolutely. They do like to see black women suffer because women are not being submissive like they think women are supposed to be, under their control, under their thumb. She shouldn't be able to think for herself. She should do what I say when I say, and if she doesn't, that's when they say stuff like, you don't do this, I'm a cheat. You don't do that, I'm a leave, stuff like that. They always threaten, they use it as punishment. How they talk, choose better, when they're talking, knowing that they are the culprit, knowing that they are the ones who've been manipulative, coercive, mean, abusive, all the things. They know it's them, and they want to continue that, especially towards black women who have only had about 50 years of so-called freedom and have utilized it in the best way. Got education, got their own credit cards, homes, cars, managed to build themselves up, standing on their own 10, and literally have said, our grandparents, grandmothers, aunts, mothers have told us, do not take that mess. And because women are not taking the mess that they had to suffer through because they didn't have such freedom, the men are like, no, we're going to punish you for that. How dare you? How dare you? So, that's with them enjoying watching women suffer. They do things on purpose, like they'll do stuff like get you pregnant just so that they can say, that's my baby mama. They don't even care about the baby. They just want her to suffer. They just want to see her go through a hard time. And success was ties into what I was saying. Yeah, it angers them because women are able to use their own autonomy and use their own mind and the Bible and all other kind of stuff. You're not doing what they say do. It's almost like the only people that they in the past had any control over were black women, women in general, but black women. And now that women are choosing not to go through that mess, yes, that is angering them to do heinous acts. I mean, I'm laying right there.
finish the point I was making.
I'm gonna
Already
address.
said.
Yeah, I was next. And then you can hop in. Um, I just want to say, thank you for having me because my connection was going nuts earlier. Do black men enjoy seeing black women suffer? I'm going to say yes. Reason being is because they participate in a patriarchal culture. And unfortunately, we are a conquered people. We have been enslaved. And sometimes, what a lot of men do is when they cannot have power or find power, they tend to actually want to get power. They look for somebody to punch down on. Black women have been that object of for frustrations for so long, and also because of the ways that a lot of people in our race have been brainwashed into thinking that blackness is associated with poverty, blackness is associated with suffering, blackness is associated with poor outcomes. For them, it's validating when they see some black women suffering. They may have seen their mother suffering, and so when they see a black woman that is successful, that is living in a soft life or really taking care of herself, it's almost like a resentment comes in for some of them, where they are offended. Like, how dare you rise above what I was taught you were supposed to be? It's even gotten to the point where they can talk to other men, and if other men express like admiration of black women, I've literally heard some black men ask them, well, why do you think she's attractive? Or why like, you don't want them, they're masculine. This is our own black men literally throwing shade against us to other races of people, and they're confused about it. So I do think that there are a lot of black men who want to see black women suffer, and I think that it's coming from a place of pain. It's coming from a place of powerlessness, where they know they can't truly, they're struggling to address YT supremacy, and they can't compete with YT men or men of other races. So they are looking for somebody to compete with, and unfortunately that happens to be black women. Does successful black women provoke anger in black men? Absolutely. You can hear it in the ways they respond to some black women's success. A black woman is educated. She doesn't even have to mention her education. I've been on dates with some insecure, where men were so insecure where they'll ask me what I do. There have been times when, just to test it out, I have lied and said I'm a teacher. I'm not. I'm a researcher, and but they're like, oh well, where'd you go to school at? Oh, you one of them women. You one of them educated women. Like, it's all, the animosity is prevalent. It's just so, you can see it. It's like teeming right underneath the conversation, to the point where and then they'll say, well, your degrees don't matter. They don't make you attractive. Whoever said that me going to become a researcher was going to make it attractive to you? Like, no one ever mentioned, no one says that getting an education is supposed to turn you on. It's not for you, it's for me. I would have a general expectation that anybody I'm dealing with would be proud of that, would gas me up. If somebody shares their job, if a black man shares with their accomplishments with me, my first instinct isn't to say, oh, you horrible. Oh, that don't make you attractive. Like, it's weird. It's so much weird negative energy and animosity towards any black woman that is successful, and that comes from this perception that a lot of black men are telling themselves is that, oh, black women got it because somebody gave them help in order to rule over the black man. That's it's asinine. And so with that mentality, they're thinking, oh, she didn't get this out the mud. She got her way to the top because they're privileging her. Meanwhile, nobody's ever given black women anything, any privileges or anything like that. And so I do agree with the prompts. I'm gonna land my plane.
Okay, let's go to open panel. Panel's completely open. Let's allow people to land, and also send Cash App if you're going to do questions.
So, to my earlier point, BLT women, when they joined the White Tea Women's Liberation Movement, my point is, you have BLK women, they haven't been under the leadership of the BLK men since they've been here. So there's no reason to be liberated from them. Also, to Navi's point, I don't think anyone in general is dissing BLK women being educated, right? It's just that some women use their education and success to explain why they don't have a man, why they are single, why they don't want a family, amongst other many things that have nothing to do with relationships. A lot of times they're just insufferable. It's not their success, they're just insufferable and hard to be around, right? And as I said before, if a man is capable of leading you to the bedroom, you should not have a problem with him leading you anywhere else, right? That's the most important organ in a woman's body. Unfortunately, that is the case, right? There's a lot of dumb women out there just because of that will be, and I'll put this in quotations, successful, right? It's a lot of dumb women out there, right? Who got money, married, got families with rich men, but a dumb man, even if he has money, he's
G,
gonna eventually lose it, right? Dumb man.
G, you've been dropped with a meteor shower. Again, G, you have been dropped with a meteor shower. If anybody wants to save G's spot, including G, just send anything higher than a meteor shower and we'll get him back up here. But while we're enjoying the show, let's continue to get the likes up, everyone on the panel and in the comment section. Let's get open panel started back with Shasha or Cha-Cha.
My bad, y'all. As I said earlier, the men hate the fact that women have rights, and they're not going to flat out come out and say it. They hate the fact that women have rights. You can tell a lot of these men didn't sit down and have conversations with their grandmothers to know that the term barefoot and pregnant came from these men going out doing whatever they wanted to do, running off with their chick on payday and not even buying that woman a pair of shoes so she couldn't even leave the house and escape and get away from him, and making her sit down to deal with whatever he felt like he was going to take her through. That is the major part. They are haters. You can hear it in their tone when they speak. They are haters. Jealousy and envy is a mug. And if we
Seething
got the
haters.
same, if we all got the same 24 hours, then what nerve and audacity? The audacity is on sale at Macy's somewhere or something. They giving it out for free at the food pantry or something, soup kitchen or something. It's haterade. Stop sipping on that. We all got the same 24 hours. You get up and do whatever it is that you want to do with your life, and everybody else get up and do what they want to do with theirs. And we're our own individual people. Who are you to tell another grown individual that had parents just like you had parents, that had elders just like you had elders, grandparents, great aunties and uncles, and people that have lived through a struggle and fought and paved their way and fought for us? Who are you to tell us you're going to set us back however many years or decades or centuries or whatever it is? Who are you? And it's like, they try to put they do a lot of this projection. Y'all want to make it seem like, oh, the women are the ones that are unbearable. Nah, it's y'all. As somebody said in the comments, y'all are having a masculinity crisis. It shouldn't be nothing about anybody else living their life, especially a woman. Let y'all tell that we so weak and all this other stuff here. Oh, God made the order this way. Women are closer to God than y'all are. Y'all don't have the power to bring a living soul from one realm to the next. Y'all don't have that power. You'll never possess it. It's womb envy. You feel some type of way. Get over it. Grow up and stop being ugly and vile and getting on the internet spewing all this stuff. Get your life together. Like, what?
Can I say something? Um, so I noticed when Tony spoke, he mentioned them not being jealous of us, which nobody here has said. You know what I mean? That says a lot. He's jealous of his wife or ex-wife, probably because he needs her benefits. Like, this is crazy. And then, like, they saying you don't want to see us suffer while using this word, like, submission is suffering. Slave submitted. That's suffering. You literally are describing the things that you're requiring of us, literally allude to suffering. Bad enough y'all are insufferable. We got nerds and geeks that don't get any action, that keep worrying about who's leading us to the bedroom. It's not you. We don't want you. You're not cute. It's not our fault. You got little pains. Take that up with your daddy. Like, this shit is crazy.
Bring up the fact that we were talking about why choose feminism. Well, first of all, the men crying that women have rights today is hilarious. Like, your tears are delicious. I just wanted to put that out there for you. Second, um, they talk about how BLK women don't want to take accountability, but we have literally been taking accountability, right? um, let's start with why did we join the path of feminism? Why not? Because I want to vote. I want to run for city council. I want to get involved in the legislation in my community. I want to go to city council meetings so I can get things fixed within my community. If I do not get involved within my local politics, how will I get things fixed? Like, I mean, y'all say y'all are logical, but I mean, y'all can't make 1 + 1 = 2 on why BLK women wanted to vote. Obviously, there's a reason why BLK women wanted to vote, because y'all wanted to vote. Matter of fact, y'all wanted to vote so bad that y'all hooked up with YT women so that y'all could get their rights to vote 100 years prior. But nobody wants to talk about that, all right? So, of course, feminism has literally saved this community, because nobody wants to talk about, oh, feminism came in around the 70s or whatever, and now the only thing y'all care about is marriage, because of the other things we have literally been working on. The only thing that really decreased is marriage. You want to talk about the prison sentence, or the kids going to juvenile detention? Significantly decreased over the last 40 years by over half. It's only 38% of BLK kids, or not even kids, but it doesn't go by race. But it says 38% of children in jail. Actually, if you do the numbers, it's only 2.2% of kids, BLK kids, are in jail as we speak. But in total, when it comes to single mothers, which doesn't go by race, 38% are from single mother, or sorry, not even single mother homes, but single parent homes. Y'all love to use that statistic about 80%, but that was literally from the statistics in the 80s during the candy epidemic. Since then, since the progression, it is decreased by over half. But y'all don't want to talk about that. So let's talk about accountability as far as getting educated. Do you really think, and I just want you to use your logic here that you say you have, do you really think that the BLK women who are educated, kids don't know how to read? And I also want you to use your logic here as well. Do you remember during the pandemic where everybody had their mask on? Do you know how kids read? They read your lips. They learn how to read by reading your lips while listening to you say the words. When everybody was on camera or when you're on school with a mask on your face, how were you able to read your teacher's lips? That significantly hindered kids in lower income schools. Not only that, but a lot of lower income schools couldn't get Wi-Fi, couldn't get computers to even go to even have those classes online. You want to talk about the reading levels, you always talk about the end result, but you don't use your logic to figure out why this is happening. Because if we were able to get more people to vote, we were able to get more people having property within our communities, it would increase our property taxes, which would donate money to the school so that we can get things like computers. And so, that's just using your logic to make things work, which BLK women are understanding this. And this is the reason why we are out here trying to get home ownership. But what did the BLK men say? Well, look at all the people that are getting evicted. Do you really think that the educated woman who are financially stable are getting evicted from their homes? Use the logic. Use the logic. Which a lot of men, y'all not logical. Y'all are simple-minded. That's why y'all can't make 1 + 1 = 2. So there's plenty of things that BLK women are doing to better themselves and the community, even though we have years of history behind us that set us back. We are still working to do better. Here y'all come. Feminism destroyed the family. You're not even marrying your baby mama. All right. Y'all are not marrying the woman that y'all had a 7-year relationship with, that you still trying to figure out if y'all good together. It's been 7 years. It's been 10 years. It's been 15 years. You got 3 kids with her. You live in the same house with her for the last decade, and you still don't know if you want to marry her. But you want to weaponize marriage statistics against BLK women, talking about that's the reason why BLK women are the least married, because you're not marrying them. That's why. Plenty of these women are wives, been showing you that they've been wives for the last decade, but you don't want to sign the YT man's paperwork, but you want to weaponize marriage against her. Yeah, and I'm gonna land there because I'm.
I just wanted to back up what she was saying with some statistical data. There's only one group out of all racial demographics who have the highest divorce rates, regardless of the group that they get with. Does anybody want to take a wild guess on who that group is? It is black. It is black men. And the reason being is, even when they get so there's this thing where black women are just denigrated and demonized. They're horrible, and they're masculine, and they're not submissive, and they blah 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 blah. And we got to get passports, and we got to go and get fit, friendly, feminine, whatever the catchphrases are in the black female humiliation ritual that is social media, that is pop culture in our community. It's all these lies that have been projected onto black women as being the most horrible people in the world. But even when black men get with their alleged amazing, wonderful races of women, they have higher divorce rates with those women. So there is one common denominator here in terms of single motherhood. Statistics out there that will show when black men are getting with other races of women, their single motherhood rates also rise. So run from yourself. Everywhere you go, there you are. You also cannot continue to project your issues onto black women, because y'all lie, and y'all act like we didn't grow up with you. You act like we're not in these communities. You act like we don't see these things. Black women still earn the least amount of money in the U.S. in spite of our degrees. But guess what? They're emerging as the highest amount of homeowners in our community. So even when we have less, black women have the least out of anybody. We are still taking vinegar and making wine. We are trying. We are in there. We're trying. And these are black women who are doing this stuff, who have children in tow, who are doing it by themselves, who are avoiding baby daddies who are trying to use SMEX to coerce them in exchange for the fatherhood duties they should be doing, who have been raped, who have been assaulted. All of these women are doing this stuff. They're making a way for themselves, and then you see these haters in the corner. Well, she ain't doing this. Well, they getting evicted. Well, the degrees don't make you attractive. So not only do we have to fight YT supremacy, but we also got our own men who trying to compete with them to be our biggest ops. Why? All because you internalize this idea that I gotta be a leader. I gotta be a leader, because you are not really chasing after any real power. True leadership does not require somebody to submit to it. It comes naturally, because you're giving people see you and they're inspired. They want to follow you. And that's not what's happening. What's happening is a collective mantrum where people are just where men are just stomping their foot in the ground and saying, "Why won't anybody follow me?" Follow you to what? The women that do follow you also have high divorce rates and marital instability. Follow you to what? So I just want, and all of this, it sounds harsh, but like I love my community, I love my men, but I feel like and that's kind of the reason why I started out when I was first in here saying I don't want to generalize, but I also want to acknowledge that if we don't get to having some real talks beyond, well, she got fake lashes, and she a single mom. Like, it's always, if you ask some of these black men anything, it's always a woman. It's always a woman's fault. Yeah, the lashes. But we're not talking about your mental health. We're not talking about your high unaliving rates. We're not talking about the high amount of sexual predators in our community, which contribute to the single motherhood rates. Because if you look at some of the stats, A lot of the older men mess over younger women and leave them. Like it's just yeah, it's frustrating.
Nobody's standing on business on the panel.